A Stockman Small Cutter. Whoops. I get those mixed up all the time. 107. Strange Sticky Bomb. 108. Strange Fart kills while explosive jumping. 109. Strange Stockman Skull Cutter. 110. Stockman Skull Cutter. 111. That was Stockman Skull Cutter. 112. Strange Sticky Bomb. 113. Strange Persian Persuaded. 114. Strange Sticky Bomb. 115. Strange Persian Persuader. 116. Another Persian Persuader. 117. The Tavish the Group Experience. 118. Strange Sticky Bomb. 119. Strange Persian Persuader. 120. Strange Sticky Bomb. 121. Strange Sticky Bomb. 122. Strange Part kills while explosive jumping. 123. Strange Scotsman Skull Cutter. 124. Strange Part kills while explosive jumping. 125. Strange Persian Persuader. We're falling behind on value here. We're down 26.22 keys. That's mostly from not seeing enough Strange Part domination kills now. 126. Strange Sticky Bomb. 127. Strange Sticky Bomb. 128. Strange Part Soldier's Kill. Whoops. There we go. 129. Yet again. 130. Strange Persian, not Persian, Scotsman Skull Cutter. 131. Strange Persian Persuader. 132. Strange Sticky Bomb. 133. Strange Part Soldier's Kill. Whoops. 100. Oh, I lost my count. Strange Persian Persuader. We're at 100. This is 35. Strange Persian Persuader. 136. Strange Part Domination kills. Finally coming back. 137. Strange Part Soldier's Kill. 138. domination skills. Come on back. 142. Strange Persian Persuader. 143. Persian Persuader. 134. 44. Render Encounter. 145. Back-to-back crap pack. 146. Strange Persian Persuader. 147. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. Whoops. There we go. 148. Strange Part Domination Kills. Love to see it. 149. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. And 150. Strange Part Domination Kills. Sweet. 151. The Tavish Recruit. 152. Strange Part Domination Kills. Coming on back. We're down to 12 keys of loss. 153. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. 154. With Tavish Recruit of Strange. 155. Strange Part Domination Kills. Sweet. Slowly climbing back up, we're down to 7 keys of loss. 156. Ooh, back to back. Love to see it. We're almost at break even. 157. Oh. Strange Sticky Bomb. 158. Strange Persian Persuader. 159. Strange Sticky Bomb. 160. Strange Persian Persuader. 161. Strange Persian Persuader. 162. Strange Sticky Bomb. 163. Strange Sticky Bomb. 164. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. 165. Scotsman Skullcutter again. 166. Strange Sticky Bomb. 167. Strange Persian Persuader. 168. Another Persian Persuader. 169. Scotsman Skullcutter. 170. Strange Part Domination. Kills. 171. The Tavish Recruit. 172. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. 173. Strange Sticky Bomb. 174. sticky bomb. 175. Strange sticky bomb. 176. Strange Persian persuaded. 177. Strange part domination kills. 178. Strange part kills while explosive jumping. 179. Battavish degree. 180. Rim Drain Catcher. 181. Scotsman Skullcutter. Whoops. 182. The Strange Sticky Bomb. 183. Strange Sticky Bomb. 184. Strange part domination kills. Very nice. Almost back to break even. 185. Strange person persuaded. 186. Strange sticky bomb. 187. Another sticky bomb. 188. Strange person persuaded. 189. Strange sticky bomb. 190. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. 191. Strange part kills while explosive jumping. 192. Strange part soldier kill. 193. Strange part soldier kill. 194. Strange person persuaded. 195. Strange part domination kills. Another one would put us in the green. 195. That's not a domination kill. That's a Rune Drain Catcher. We're actually at 197. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. 198. Strange part soldier kill. 199. Strange Scotsman Skullcutter. And number 200. Strange Persian Persuader. Let's take a look at where we got with crate number 45. So we spent 203 keys. We got back 194, 195. We got a little more domination kills than we expected, but it's about on par. We saw less of the other strange parts. And we saw a lot more sticky bombs. We saw 25% sticky bombs when we only expected 20. So overall, this went about average. We didn't see an unusual, which would have gave us some value, but that's okay. Let's go to the next crate. Our next crate is crate number 76. This one has a strange conch, which is worth 0.35 cubes. We see that 20% of the time. And then the strange part, we see 10% of the time each. Kill streaks ended is only worth 0.3, but freeze cam, freeze cam prompt appearances is 1.5 keys, and damage dealt is 6.5 keys. So it's about the same as the last one, only we have it spread across 2 strange parts instead of 1. So hopefully this should be a little more as expected. We don't have to depend one is a Series 3 unusual, which is a little more expensive. Our cost to open is 1.03 keys, and our expected value is 1.06, so this time we're getting 0.03 keys with each crate we open. Our unusual tracker at the bottom is still happy, but we're a little sad not to see an unusual so far. But for the remaining crates, 800 of them, we have a 60.8% chance of getting 5 or more unusuals, a 16.5 of getting 4 unusuals, 12.5 of getting 3, 7.1 of getting 2, and I can't really read the other percentages, they're overlapping, but some small chances of getting 1 unusual or no unusual. Let's go back to the openings. Fresh crate number 201. Strange conch. 202. Strange eviction notice. 203. That is the cold killer. That's a crap pass. 204. Strange eviction notice. 205. Strange revolver. 206. Strange part of damage note. That's worth 6.5 keys, so we gain 5.5 keys. 207. Strange conch. 208. Strange revolver. 209. Strange eviction notice. 210. Another eviction notice. 211. Strange conch. 212. Strange conch. 213. Strange revolver. 214. Strange eviction notice. 215. Strange revolver. 216. That is the front runner. Thought that was unusual for a second. $217. Strange revolver. 218. Strange eviction notice. 219. Strange revolver. 220. Strange conch. 221. That's a strange revolver. 222. Strange part. Strange cosmetic part. Wow, this is a long one. 3 scan font appearances. 13.5. 223. Cold killer. 224. Strange cosmetic part. 3 scan font appearances. That's a little bit of profit. 225. Strange revolver. 226. The cold killer. 227. Strange Koch. 228. The Cold Killer again. 229. Strange Eviction Notice. 230. Strange Eviction Notice. 231. Front runner. 232.
Ah.
Strange Eviction Notice. 233. The Cold Killer. 234. Strange Koch. 235. Strange Revolver. 236. Strange Eviction Notice. 237. Strange Revolver. We at 250, 60, 70, 86. 286. Strange cosmetic part, free scan pop appearances. A little bit of profit every time on those. 287. Strange Revolver. 288. Strange Koch. 289. Strange Koch. 290. Strange Koch. 291. Strange Revolver. 292. Strange Eviction Notice. 293. Strange Eviction Notice. 294. Strange Park Kill Streaks Ended. 295. Strange Park Damage Belt. Oops. There we go. 296. Strange Koch. 297. Strange cosmetic part, free scan pop appearances. 298. Cold Killer. Whoops. There we go. 299. Strange Koch. And 300. Another Koch. We're still down 33.5 keys. Most of that's just from the Strange Part Damage Belt, not hitting as often as we'd like. But other than that, it's going as expected. Still would love to see a Series 3 unusual. Another 100 without seeing it. Too bad. Okay, 301. Strange Part Kill Streaks Ended. 302. Strange Part Damage Belt. 303. Strange Eviction Notice. 304. Strange Koch. 305. Strange Party kill streaks ended. 307. Strange cosmetic part, free scan prosperity. 308. Strange eviction notice. 309. Strange touch. 310. Strange eviction notice. 311. Strange touch. 312. Front runner. 313. Cold killer. 314. Strange revolver. 315. Strange eviction notice. 316. Strange touch. 317. Strange cosmetic part, free scan appearances. 318. Strange touch. 319. Strange eviction notice. 320. Strange cosmetic part, free scan appearances. 321. Strange revolver. 322. Strange part, kill streaks ended. 323. The cold killer. 324. Strange conch. 325. Strange part, damage belt. 326. Back-to-back damage belt, very nice. 327. 3 in a row, way to go. That brings us just above expected value, so we're doing a little bit better, minus the unusuals we've missed out on. 328. Front runner. 329. Strange Kosh. 330. Strange Kosh. 331. Another Kosh. 332. Strange Kosh. That's 4 in a row. 333. Front runner. 334. Strange revolver. 335. Strange eviction notice. 336. Strange revolver. 337. Strange Koch. 338. Strange Koch. 340. Strange part. Kill streaks ended. 341. Strange part damage dealt. Sweet. 342. Strange eviction notice. 343. Front runner. 344. Strange conch. 345. Strange conch. 346. Strange eviction notice. 347. Front runner. 348. Strange conch. 349. The Bolt Killer. And 350. Strange eviction notice. Okay, we're a little under on strange part damage dealt, and we haven't seen enough of the cosmetic part freeze scan top experiences, which would also help our expected value. Still no unusual, that's too bad, very unlikely. Okay, 351. Strange eviction notice. 352. Front runner. 353. Strange conch. 354. Another conch. 355. Strange revolver. 356. Strange part kill streak ended. 357. Strange revolver. 358. Another revolver. 359. Front runner. 360. Strange eviction notice. 361. Strange part damage dealt. 362. Strange eviction notice. 363. Front runner. Whoops. There we go. 364. Strange part kill streak ended. 365. Strange conch. 366. Strange part damage dealt. Hit the C. 367. Strange revolver. 368. Another revolver. 369. Another revolver. 370. Strange conch. 371. revolver. 372. Strange cosmetic part, free tampon appearances. 373. Strange revolver. 374. Strange part, kill streaks ended. 375. Strange eviction notice. 3. Strange eviction notice. 377. Strange conch. 378. Strange revolver. 379. Strange eviction notice. 380. Strange revolver. 381. Strange revolver. 382. Strange conch. 383. Strange part damage dealt. 384. Front runner. 385. Strange eviction notice. 386. Front runner. 387. Strange part damage belt. 388. Strange conch. 389. Strange revolver. 390. Strange cosmetic parts, free stamp appearances. 391. The Cold Killer. 392. Strange Conch. 393. Strange part damage belt. 394. Strange revolver. 395. Strange conch. 396. Strange cosmetic part free scan pump appearances. 397. Strange conch. 398. Strange revolver. 399. Strange revolver. And 400. Strange conch. Okay, so looking at how we did, we missed on the unusual again for another 200, and we saw less of the cosmetic part free scan pump appearances, and a little less of the damage dealt, so it was about average. Overall, we're down 38 keys, which is too bad. but still within reason, I think. We spent 409 keys and got back 371 so far. Let's jump over to our next crate. Okay, our next crate is going to be crate number 49. It's got the Strange Scattergun at 20%, which will be about a key. That'll be nice to hit often. The other strangers aren't worth much. The strange parts are worth about half a key, except for Robots Destroyed, which is coming at 10% of the time, and is worth 7.5 keys. We've got two craft hats again, and this one will be a Series 2 Unusual. The cost to open is 1.05 keys, and the expected value is 4.09 keys. So we're gaining 0.04 keys for each crate we open. Our mutual tracker at the bottom of the screen is starting to look a little sad. It's still quite happy, but it's worrying. We've got a 36% chance of 5 or more unusuals. We have a 19.6% chance of 4 unusuals, a 19.8% chance of 3 unusuals, a 14.9% chance of 2 unusuals, a 7.5% chance of 1 unusual, and a 1.9% chance of no unusual for the remaining 600 crates. Let's hope we can hit that 5 flex. Let's hope that we're not hitting no unusual for the whole video. And we'll keep going with 200 of number 49. Okay, let's jump into the opening. Number 401. Strange Shovel. 402. Strange Scattergun. We get almost our full value back. 403. Strange Scattergun. 404. Strange Scattergun again. 405. Wow, a lot of scatterguns. 406. That's 5 in a row. Wow. 407. Strange part, low health kills.
Hey guys, it's Jackson.
Thunder Hat. 408. Strange part, engineers killed. Again, worth under half a key. 409. Strange part, low health kills. 410. That is the Furious Fuku. Oh, I always forget how to pronounce this. Furious Fuka Mingasa. 411. Strange part, low health kills. 412. Strange shovel. 415. Another shovel. 414. Strange part, robots destroyed. That's what we're looking for. For 7 keys, so we gain 6 keys profit. 415. Strange homewrecker. 416. Strange part, low health kills. 417. home record. 418. Strange shovel. 419. Strange part engineer skills. 420. Strange home record. 421. That is the search install home. Another craft set. 422. We get it again. And it's disappeared onto a later page. 423. Strange part, low health kill. 424. Another surgeon cell home. 425. Strange shovel. 426. Strange scattergun. 427. Strange home record. 428. Another curious poop in the gap side. 429. Strange shovel. 430. Strange scattergun. 431. Another scattergun. 432. Waiting for response. Strange shovel. It's gone to another page again. 433. Another shovel. 434. Strange part, low health kills. 435. Another shovel. 436. Strange part, low health kill. 436. Strange scattergun. That was 37. So this is 438. Strange scattergun. 439. Strange part, robots destroyed. Hooray! 440. Strange shovel. 441. Strange scattergun. 432. Strange part, low health kills. 443. Surgeon stone home. 444. Strange scattergun. 445. Strange home record. 446. Strange part, robots destroyed. Nice. Another 60 to profit. 447. Strange shovel. 448. The surgeon stone helm. 449. scattergun, and 450. Another surgeon style helm. Don't want to see those. How we looking? We're down 50 keys for the video, and we're behind on the strange part robots killed. Want to see some more of those coming up. So let's see if we get it. We're seeing twice as many surgeon style helms as we want, so that's really hurting us. Let's not see as many craft packs. 451. Strange home record. 452. Another home record. 453. Curious Fukumagasa. 454. Strange home record. 455. Strange scattergun. 456. Another curious Fukumagasa. 457. Strange scattergun. 458. Strange home record. 459. Strange shovel. 460. The surgeon style helm. Lots of craft packs. 461. Strange scattergun. 462. Another craft pack. 463. Strange scattergun. 464. Strange scattergun. 455. 65. Strange part robots destroyed. Very nice. 466. Strange home record. 467. Strange shovel. 468. Strange part engineer skill. 469. Strange part engineer skill. 470. Strange part robots destroyed. Very nice. Slowly climbing back up. 471. Strange home record. 472. Strange part engineer skill. 473. Strange shovel. 474. Strange part low health skills. 475. Curious Fukumagasa. 476. Strange part low health kills. 477. Strange shovel. 478. Strange scattergun. 479. Strange home record, whoops. 480. Strange part low health kills. 481. 492. The Surgeon Salhelm. 2 craft hats in a row. Ouch. 483. Strange part, low health kills. 484. You get low health kills again. 485. Strange scattergun. 486. Curious Spooky Nagasa. We get a strange scattergun. 488. Strange part, robots destroyed. Need to see more of these. 489. Another home record. 490. Another home record. 491. Strange shovel. 492. Another shovel. 493. Strange part, engineer skill. 494. Strange shovel. 495. Another shovel. 496. Strange part, low health kill. 497. Strange part, robots destroyed. Nice. 498. Strange home record. 499. Strange part, robots destroyed. Nice. Slowly creeping back up to that expected value. This is number 500. Strange scattergun. Kept looking at the graphs. Everything's looking about average, other than the robot skills. We're short 1 or 2 of those. Would like to see some more. And we'd like to see less craft hats. We've seen almost twice as much as we expected. So let's see less craft hats. Okay, 501. Yes. Suzuka Megasa, another craft hat. 502. Strange shovel. 503. Strange part, engineer skill. 504. Strange shovel. 505. Strange scattergun. 506. Another craft hat. 507. Strange part, low health kills. 508. Low health kills again. 509. Strange scattergun. 510. The Surgeon Salhelm. 511. Another craft hat. Brutal. 512. Strange shovel. 513. Strange part, low health kill. 514. Strange shovel. 515. Hey, unusual soulmate. Series 2 unusual on average is 12.5. Let me look up a price for this one though. Okay, so that's anywhere between 10.5 to 11 keys. So I'm gonna put that at 10.75. Let's go see how it looks on our pyro. Here's my already fisherman friendly loadout. So let's see what it looks like with the soulmate. Not as good, to be honest. I'll definitely be going with that. And if you're interested, it'll be on my Manchota store once the trade block expires. Okay, that's our first unusual in 515 crates. Let's hope it's our first of many. Let's go to 516. Strange shovel. 517. Strange scattergun. 518. Another scattergun. 519. Strange shovel. And 520. Strange hole marker. 521. Strange shovel. 522. Strange home record. 523. Strange part low health kills. 524. Strange part engineers killed. 525. Strange shovel. 526. Another shovel. 527. Strange homewrecker. Whoops. There we go. 528. Strange part engineers killed. 529. Strange shovel. 530. Strange homewrecker. 531. Strange shovel. 532. Furious Fukumigasa. 533. Strange Scattergun. 534. Strange part robots destroyed. 535. Strange homewrecker. 536. Strange scattergun. 537. Strange homewrecker. 538. Strange part robots destroyed. Love to see it. 539. Strange homewrecker. 540. Strange part robots destroyed. Crawling back up towards the expected value. 541. Strange homewrecker. 542. 542. Strange part, engineer skills, 543. Strange part, robots destroyed, excellent, 544. Strange shovel, 545. Another shovel, 546. Strange shovel, 547. Strange part, robots destroyed, excellent, 548. Strange part, engineers killed, 549. Strange part, low health kills, 550. Strange shovel. Looking at our graph, we're almost up to expected value on the strange part robots destroyed, and we got our unusual, which is very nice. Okay, 551. Strange part robots destroyed, excellent. We're at expected value now, still a little shy. 552. Strange shovel, 553. Strange part engineer skill, 554. Strange shovel, 555. Strange part engineer skill, 556. Strange part engineers, 557. Strange homewrecker, 558. Strange shovel, 559. Strange homewrecker, 560. Another homewrecker, 561. That is unusual Das Goose. Let me try again. Unusual Das Guten Kuten Guten Kuten Guten Kuten. And it's smoking. This looks pretty sharp. Let's see what it's worth. Let me type in series 2 unusual and I'll go look up the price. Okay, so the price, I'm going to put that about 22 keys. There's buy orders at 22, but there's just no sellers anywhere, so I don't have a high end to go off of. STM Trading has it at 54 keys if they had one in stock, but I'm not going to take that as a price. Let's go see how it looks on the medic. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that pull. Okay, we'll keep going and hopefully get some more unusuals. This is 562. Strange shovel, 563. Strange part engineer skills, 564. Strange homewrecker, 565. Strange shovel, 566. Strange shovel, 567. Another shovel, 568. Strange part engineer skills, 569. The Surgeon Salhelm. 570. Strange Shovel. Whoops. 571. Strange Homewrecker. 572. Strange Scattergun. 573. Strange Part Engineer Skill. 574. Strange Scattergun. 575. Strange Shovel. 576. Strange Scattergun. 577. The Surgeon Stahlhelm. 578. Strange Homewrecker. 579. Strange Shovel. 580. The Surgeon Stahlhelm. More Trash Pack. 581. Strange Homewrecker. 582. Strange Part Low Health Kills. 583. Strange Homewrecker. 584. Strange Scattergun. 585. Strange Part Engineer Skill. 586. Strange Homewrecker. 587. Strange Part Engineer Skills. 588. Strange Part Low Health Kills. Whoops. There we go. 589. Strange Scattergun. 590. Strange Homewrecker. 591. The Surgeon Stahlhelm. 592. Strange Shovel. 593. Strange Part Low Health Kills. 594. Strange Homewrecker. 595. Strange Part Engineer's Kill. 596. The Surgeon Stahlhelm. 597. Strange Part Robots Destroyed. Love to see it. 598. Strange Scattergun. 599. Strange Homewrecker. And 600. Strange Scattergun. Alright, let's look at how we did. We're a little behind on value for the Strange Part Robots Destroyed. but we got two unusuals when we maybe only expected one, 1.5. And the unusual we got was above average, that last one here. So that's great. Yeah, otherwise it performed basically as expected. We're down 52 keys overall, which is too bad. We spent 619 keys so far and only opened up 567. So we're hoping for some more profit in the back 400 here. Our next crate is crate number 54. This one's an interesting low-risk one. We have the strange sniper rifle, bicycle, and rapid assassin, all worth about a key. So 60% of the time we'll just make our money back. The two strange parts, underwater shield and killable overcharge, aren't worth very much. But sniper's kill is worth almost 3 keys. So that'll be a nice hit. We have two craft hats that we want to dodge, and this one is a series 2 unusual. Cost to open is 1.03 keys, the expected value is 1.07, so we're gaining 0.05 keys with every crate we open. Yeah, this one should be pretty low risk, and we'll see what we get out of it. Our unusual tracker is looking about normal now. In the remaining video, we have 400 crates to go, so we have a 12.8% chance of 5 unusuals or more, a 14.5% chance of 4 unusuals, a 22% chance of 3 unusuals, a 24.9% chance of 2 unusuals, an 18.8% chance of 1 unusual, or a 7.1% chance of no unusual. So let's hope we get a couple unusuals here. On to the opening, number 601. Strange part, sniper skill, great start. That's worth 3 keys, so we gain 2 keys of profit. 602. Wow, excellent start. 2 sniper skills in a row. 603. Strange rapid assassin. That one's worth a little more than a key. 604. Strange sniper rifle. That one is a little under a key. 605. Another brass assassin. 606. Strange sniper rifle. 607. Strange part kills while overcharged. 608. Strange rapid assassin. 609. Strange bicycle. That one's worth just over a key. 610. Another bicycle. 611. Strange rapid assassin. 612. Strange sniper. 613. Strange rapid assassin. Whoops. 614. Strange rapid assassin. 615. Strange part kills while loopers. 616. Strange bicycle. 617. Strange rapid assassin. 618.
You need me to move them up?
Yeah.
Oh,
That is the surgeon's 5. kill. Not worth very much. 622. Strange rapid happen. 623. Strange sniper. 624. Strange rapid happen. 625. Strange rapid happen. 626. Strange sniper. 627. Another sniper. 628. Strange part killed while overcharged. 629. Strange bicycle. 630. Another bicycle. 631. Strange rapid happen. 632. That is a hottie titty. Let's scratch that. 633. Another rapid happen. 634. Strange bicycle. 635. Strange sniper. 636. Strange part sniper kill. 3. 637. Strange part underwater kill. 638. Strange bicycle. 639. Strange part underwater kill. 640. Strange bicycle. 641. Strange sniper. 642. Strange part underwater kill. 643. Strange sniper. 644. Another sniper. 645. Strange rapid happen. 646. Strange part kill while Uber turn. 647. Strange rapid happen. 648. Strange bicycle. 649. Strange part sniper kill. And 650. Strange sniper rifle. So let's look at what we got so far. Going, looks like a little above average. It's got more rapid actions than we expected. No shades too unusual so far. Yeah, overall we're going pretty well so far. Let's go to 651. Strange rapid assassin. 652. Strange bicycle. 653. Strange bicycle. 654. Luminous bicycle. 657. Strange bicycle. 658. Strange sniper. 659. One more sniper. 660. The surgeon's side satchel. 661. Strange bicycle. Whoops. There we go. 662. Strange part kill for lubricant. 663. Strange rapid passion. 664. Strange sniper rifle. 665. Strange rapid passion. 666. Strange bicycle. 667. Another bicycle. 668. Another bicycle. 669. Strange bicycle. 670. Strange rapid passion. 671. Another rapid passion. 672. The surgeon's side satchel. 673. Strange rapid passion. 674. Strange sniper. 675. That's a hot city. 676. Strange rapid passion. 677. Strange bicycle. 678. Strange part sniper skill. 677. Strange rapid passion. Oops, that wasn't 77. This was 680. We're still going above average, I think. We're above average on the 3 strangers, but we're below average on the strange part sniper skill, and we didn't see any unusual so far, so we're a little below on that. But I think it all evens out to be about average. We'll keep going. 701. The surgeon side satchel again. 702. Strange bicycle. 703. Strange breath assassin. 704. Strange part underwater kill. 705. Strange sniper rifle. 706. Another sniper. 707. Strange bicycle. 708. Strange breath assassin. 709. Strange part sniper skill. Sweet. 710. Strange breath assassin. 711. Strange sniper. 712. Strange bicycle. 715. Strange part underwater kick. 714. Body fitted. 750. Strange sniper rifle. 716. Strange bicycle. 717. Strange part underwater kill. 718. Strange sniper. 719. Strange breath assassin. 720. Strange part sniper skill. 721. Strange breath assassin. 722. Strange bicycle. 723. Strange breath assassin. 724. Strange sniper rifle. 725. Strange part sniper skill. 726. Strange breath assassin. 727. Strange bicycle. 728. Strange part sniper skill. 729. Strange bicycle. 730. Strange breath assassin. 731. Strange bicycle. 732. Strange sniper rifle. 732. Strange breath assassin. 734. Strange sniper. 735. 7. Strange Wrath Assassin. 738. Strange Part Underwater Kill. 739. Strange Wrath Assassin. 740. Strange Sniper. 741. Strange Sniper. 742. Strange Bicycle. 743. Strange Bicycle. 744. Resurgence. Side Satchel. 745. Strange Bicycle. 746. Body City. 747. Strange Part Sniper Skill. 748. Strange Wrath Assassin. 749. Strange Bicycle. And 750. Strange Sniper Rifle. Working with Jennifer Grass, we're above average on exchanges and below average on exchange price. And still no unusual. Success. 751. Oh, we got 50 keys for the video. Not bad for open up 7. What is that here? We're down 52 keys for the video so far, which isn't bad for opening 750 trades. You don't often get to spend 50 keys to open 750 trades, so take advantage while you can. Okay, 751. Strange Bicycle. Whoops. Okay. 752. Alright, Strange Sniper. 753. Strange Wrath Assassin. 754. Another Wrath Assassin. 755. Strange Sniper. 756. Sniper Sniper. 757. Strange Part Underwater Kill. 758. Strange Part Silver Ubers. 759. Strange Sniper Rifle. 760. Strange Part Sniper Skill. 761. Strange Sniper Rifle. 752. Another Strange Sniper. 763. Strange Part Silver Ubers. 764. Strange Sniper. 765. Strange, not Sniper Rifle, Strange Part Sniper Scale. 766. Strange sniper rifle. 767. Strange bicycle. 768. Strange bicycle Ubers. 769. Strange sniper. 750. Another strange sniper rifle. 771. Strange bicycle. 772. Strange sniper. 773. Body footage. 774. Strange bicycle. 775.
Ooh.
Fusion 5 776. Strange plate sniper scope. 777. Strange wrap assassin. 778. Strange wrap assassin. 779. Strange bicycle. 780. Body footage. 781. Strange plate sniper scope. Let's get another page. 782. Strange part underwater jet. 783. Strange wrap assassin. 784. Strange bicycle. 785. Strange sniper. 786. Strange bicycle. 787. Another bicycle. 788. Strange part underwater jet. 789. Strange sniper rifle. 790. Body footage. 791. Another crash pad. 792. Strange bicycle. 793. Strange wrap assassin. 794. Another wrap assassin. 795. Another wrap assassin. 796. Transfer skillful Ubicaire. 797. Strange sniper rifle. 798. Transport underwater cable. 799. Transport skillful Ubicaire. And 800. Strange bicycle. Okay, how do you do on 54? Take a look. We again are above average on exchanges and below average on exchange price, and we did pretty unusual. I think overall we're about average. We've spent 680 keys so far, and we have only got about 628, so we'll keep going. Just realizing my total cost doesn't make sense, because I've opened up 800 trades with these 800 keys. So my cost should be a little more than 680. Let me dig in and fix my spreadsheet so that the costs are accurate here. I'm not sure what the problem was. I refreshed my overlay and it updated to the right cost. So apologies for that being wrong for a little while. The total cost so far is 824 keys, and our total value is 769 keys. So we have lost 54.83 keys so far. Okay, on to the last trade. It's going to be supply munition number 82. This one's a channel favorite. We have the flock simplifier at 50%. Let me try again. We have the flock simplifier at 20%, which is worth half a key. For strength parts, we have the strength cosmetic part pills at 10%, which is worth 5.5 keys. And we have the strength part headshot pills at 10%, which is worth 3.5 keys. So those combined make for some pretty good expected value. The rest is kind of trash in the trade, but we do have a series training neutral, which is worth about 14 keys. Let's see how we do on our last 200 here. Our initial tracker is looking more and more realistic. We only have 200 left, so we have a very, very small chance of getting 5 or more individuals. A 3.4% chance of getting 4, a 10.2% chance of getting 3, a 23.4% chance of getting 2, a 35.2% chance of getting 1, and a 26.6% chance of getting no more unusual for the rest of the video. So let's see how we do. We'll go back to the opening. Number 801. We get a cleaner carbide fire. 802. For the strange cosmetic first kill. That's worth 5.5 keys for a 4.5 key profit. 803. Another strange carbide fire. 804. Another strange carbide. 805. That is a private eye fire. 806. That's a pretty boy pocket pistol fire. Another long-winded one. 807. Strange carbine. 808. That's a squad distinator. What distinator strange fire? 809. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 810. Clean and carbide fire. 811. Clean and carbide. 812. Clean and carbide. 815. Clean and carbide. 814. Pretty good pocket pistol fire. 815. Strange first full health kill. 816. Clean and carbide. 817. Strange first full health kill. 818. pistol. 820. That's a cleaner carbine. 821. Strange part headshot kill. For 3.5 feet. 822. Strange part full health kill. 823. The flawed strange fire. 824. Another flawed strange fire. 825. Cleaner carbine. 826. A flawed strange fire. 827. Strange cosmetic per kill. 828. Cleaner carbine. 829. Private eye strange fire. 830. Another private eye strange fire. 831. Pretty boy's pocket pistol. 832. Flawed strange fire. Whoops, I'm out of key. 1 minute. Okay, that's enough key. So 833. Okay, pretty boy's pocket pistol. 834. Another pretty boy's pocket pistol. 835. Cleaner carbine. 836. Pretty boy's pocket pistol. 837. Pretty boy's pocket pistol. 838. It's a big cheap stranger fire. 839. It's flawed stranger fire. 840. Pretty boy's pocket pistol. 841. Sweet. Strange cosmetic part kill. 842. The flawed strange fire. 843. Another flawed. 844. Strange part full health kill. 845. Pretty boy's pocket pistol. 846. Strange part headshot kill. 847. Sweet. Strange cosmetic part kill. 848. Sweet. Those are 3 great pulls in a row. Strange part headshot kill. 849. Cleaner carbine. 857. Pretty Boys Pocket Pistol. 858. Block Change Define. 859. Range Card Headshot Kill. Catching up on that one. 860. Swing the Stardom. 861. Range Card Full Health Kill. 862. That's a Block Change Define. 863. Pretty Boys Pocket Pistol. 864. Range Card Headshot Kill. 865. Range Cosmetic Plus Kill. 866. The Flog Change Fine. 867. Range Card Headshot Kill. Finally catching up to the expected value on that. 868. Venus Carbine. 869. Flog. 870. Venus Carbine. 871. The Flog. 872. Venus Carbine. 873. Private Eye. 874. Range Spark Full Health Kill. 875. The Flog. 876. Range Spark Headshot Kill. 877. Venus Carbine. 878. Venus Carbine. 879. Pretty Boys Pocket Pistol. 880. Range Card Full Health Kill. 881. Pretty Boys Pocket Pistol. 882. Range Card Full Health Kill. 883. Flog. 884. Another Flog. 885. Venus Carbine. 886. Pretty Boys Pocket Pistol. 887. Big Sheep Change Define. 888. 5 and 902. King of Carbine. 904. King of Carbine. 905. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 96. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 997. Not 997. Pretty boy pocket pistol. What number are we on? We're on 908. Strange cosmetic per skill. Sweet. We need a lot more of those. 909. King of Carbine. 910. Strange card headshot string. 911. Another headshot kill. Nice. 912. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 913. Block change of fire. 914. Another slot. 915. Change card full health gain. 960. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 917. Block change of fire. 918. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 919. Block change of fire. 920. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 921. Another pretty boy pocket pistol. 922. Block change of fire. Hey, this next one's pretty special. This is unbox or trade up number 5,000. Let's see it. This block change of fire. That's 5,000 crates and trade ups done on my channel since the beginning of the channel. That's pretty cool. Okay, this is 924. That's a slot. 925. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 926. Change price full health gain. 927. Block change fire. 928. Another slot. 929. Pretty boy pocket pistol. 930. Another pretty boy. 931. That's a slot. 932. Another slot. 933. A third slot. 944. this one. 942. 3 boys, 5 to pistol. 943. A third 3 boys, 5 to pistol. 944. 41. Ouch. 945. 42 keys for a profit of 5 keys. So we're up for the video, but we won't stay up for much longer. Number 6. Engineer's Cat. That's another craft cat. Number 7. The Idea Tree. Another craft cat. Number 8. The Flare Translation. Another craft pants. Number 9. Treasure Topper. Another craft cat. Number 10. The Pocket Fur. Despite it being cute, it's another craft cat. Number 11. Texas Tin Gallon. That's another craft cat. Number 12. Plug-in Prospector. Another craft cat. Number 13. Baseball Festival. Another craft cat beard thing. Number 14. The Danger. That's not craft cat, but it's basically a craft cat. At .09 keys. Number 15. Lonesome Loafer. .03 keys. Number 16. The Timeless Topper. Another craft cat. Number 17. The Data Mining Mode. That one's not a craft cat, but might as well be. Number 18. Big Country. That's .03 keys. We're losing again. We're down 15 keys so far. We near than usual to save us, and even then, it probably won't save us. Number 18. 19. Another Big Country. Number 20. The Plug-in Prospector again. Another craft cat. 21. Timeless Topper again. 22. The Pocket Pyro. Another craft cat. 23. Strange Partners Pompadour. That one's worth 2 keys, so we gain a key on that one, but it's not great. Number 24. Pocket Fur again. And last one. The Texas Cat. That's another craft cat. Okay, so another video request, another unsuccessful set of boxes. We got all craft cats except for Strange Danger and the Partners Possibility. Yeah, not a lot to write home about on this one. Our total cost was about 30 keys, and we made back 10 keys, so we did worse than we expected. We expected kind of 15 keys back here. keys today, but that's okay. We had Raccoon help support the channel with a video supporter membership, and if you'd like to see me open up a video crate request, you can become a member on my channel and make a video request at that video supporter level. As a reminder, my videos are sponsored by Macro.Store. Macro.Store is an item marketplace to buy and sell PS2 items for cash, and I sell all of my items that I unbox through Macro.Store. So if you want to buy anything from a past trade-up video or past unboxing, you can check that out here on the link in my description. You can see my entire store of items. I've got a bunch here. Got some unusual, but got some changes, so go check it out. We've also got a shout out to Discord and the YouTube membership, so there's a link to my Discord in the description if you want to hang out, chat with other CSP traders. We're a good, nice, chill community to do that. And the YouTube membership, we have at the video supporter level, we have Ghost, Galaxy, Festive Morgan, Menetix, and now Raccoon. Thank you, Raccoon, for this video. At Clan Price supporters, we have Fortress Demonstrations and NKS Gray. For key supporters, we have Luna JJ, Blue, Afterburners, Corso, Penumbra. And for refined supporters, we have Inside, Joey Cheerio, Apple, Liquid Scope, and Hammock. Thanks everybody, thanks for being part of the community, thanks for supporting my channel. Okay, that's it. Hopefully this is a reminder of why you shouldn't open the Amok cosmetic crate. This one was the second best one. The best one's the medic one, but it's not much better. I don't recommend opening any of these here. Unless you want to support Raccoon and Sassy. Okay, that's it. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hi, welcome back to Trade Success. Today we're taking a look at the summer 2024 case that just came out. I've got 100 here, 100 cases, and 100 keys. We're going to be opening those today. It's the start of the new season though, so we have some cleanup to do. If you look at the chart at the top, if you're new to the channel, that's where I track my profit for every case, trade, and trade-up I've ever done on the channel. But it's a new season of updates, so we're going to reset this. So the chart is going to continue from where we last left it, with our profit in the negatives here at negative 142 keys overall across the 38 to 120 openings and trade-ups. And the expected value so far should have been about 480 keys, and so that's still hanging out at the top there. And so we'll see that sell up again as we go through the season of cases and trades here. If you want to watch the openings that you've missed, I'll link a playlist at the top right. You can start from the beginning and watch every opening I've ever done, and there's plenty of unusuals in there for you to see. Before we jump into the opening, we're going to do a little overview of everything that's in the summer 2024 case. So starting at the top, we have our two elite grade items. These are coming up 0.5% each. The Bottler 2000 and the Hazardous Environment Vest, worth about 18 and 15 keys respectively, worth a total of 66 keys total if you get it in range. So these are going to be the ones that we are hoping for, just like the usual. At the Assassin grade, which is coming up 4% of the time total, we have Control Patrol and Spider Marshal, both of which can be unusual. And we have Freeman Fashion and Tuxedo Royale, which can't be unusual. Out of those, it looks like Freeman Fashion and Strange is going to be the more expensive one, so we'll hopefully see that one as well. In the Commando grade, which is coming up about 15% of the time, we have Crux Cap, Justice John, Sorcerer Stomper, Sneaky Blinder, Tanker Drop, the Big Star, and Tropical Brim. Out of those, it looks like Crux Cap, Sneaky Blinder, and the Tropical Brim should be unusual. For the Mercenary grade items, which are coming up 80% of the time, we have Bruce Braces, Commonwealth Commando, Daring Dell, Best Engineer, Invisible Flame, Pathfinder, the Aim Frame, the Brand Loyalist, the Vaudeville Visor, and Watching Westie. Out of those, Commonwealth Commando, Daring Shell, the Aim Frame, the Brand Loyalist, and the Vaudeville Visor are the ones that can be unusual. Based on the prices on the Steam Community Market at the time of recording, which is Sunday, July 21st, the cost to open is going to be 1.48 keys. That's because normal keys are cheaper than the keys that we use to open up the cosmetic cases. The cosmetic medications on average work out to be like 1.3 or 1.5 keys, depending on how much you're paying to get your steam wallet from. Unfortunately, the expected value of this is 1.02 keys, so we're losing on average almost half a key with each case we open. So today we're opening up 100 cases, so we are spending about 150 keys to open these, and we're going to expect to get 100 keys back. So not going to be a profitable opening today, but we can still see some cool openings here. We've got the 0.66% chance in an unusual, we have higher chances in an unusual fire, we have chances of some expensive exchanges and from the weak trade and assassination items, so there's still some good pull here. Our chance to profit with each open is going to be 5.55%. That's just based on the ones that are more profitable than 1.48 keys, and our consolation prize is anything where we make back at least half of what we put in. That's coming up 6.29% of the time. The key price in metal at the time of recording, it's actually gone down quite a bit. It was at like 70 or 80 refined, down to 53.55 refined, so keys are a lot cheaper if you're buying them with metal. If you want to buy keys for cash, Manitoba Store sponsors these videos, and they have a cash price of $1.61 for each Manito's key. And if you use the link in the description, that helps support the channel. Any purchase you make after clicking that link helps me do more videos like this. Our unusual tracker is at the bottom. It's tracking our chance at an unusual within 100 openings here. So there's a 51% chance we don't see an unusual. There's a 34.4% chance we get one unusual, an 11.4% chance we get two unusuals, and smaller chances that we get three or more unusuals. That'll update them live as we go through the video, so you can see how lucky or how unlucky I am. Okay, so the opening. We'll start off at number 1 here. Our first item is Pathfinder. That is worth 0.16 keys, so we lose 1.32 keys on this open. Number 2. Sneaky Blinder. That one's worth 0.24 keys, so we're losing 1.24 keys on that open. Number 3. We get Scorched Earth Stompers. That one's one of the more valuable ones. That's at 0.68 keys. We still lose 0.8 keys, but that's a nice pickup. Number 4. This one is Death Engineer. That's worth 0.15 keys, and we get a bonus item with it. We get a description tag. The description tag is worth 0.07 keys, so not that much. Number 5. This one is Bruce Break. That's worth 0.09 keys, so we're losing a whole 1.39 keys. Number 6. This one is the Brand Loyalist. It's a nice cosmetic, and you can keep those at 0.07 keys. Number 7. Invisible Flame. That one's worth 0.09 keys. Number 8. That one is the Vaudeville Visor. That one's worth 0.35 keys. Number 9. We've got the A-frame. Not worth it much. This will be just straight up fodder. Number 10. We get a strange Death Engineer. That one's worth 0.66 keys. Number 11. That one's Commonwealth Commando. Worth 0.06 keys. 12. This one is just as strong. Looks funny. Worth about half a piece. Number 13. This one is Strange Freeman Fashion. That's a good pull. That one's worth 13.68 Qs right now, based on the Steam Community Market price. Wow, that's an excellent pickup. That's going to look great on Meta, making it look like Gordon Freeman. I don't think we could have asked for a better Strange, other than the Elite Grade one. Wow, that's a great pull. That's basically an unusual right there. Wow. Though, even though we got one of the best Stranges, we're still down 3.6 feet, and that's just a testament to how unprofitable opening this up is going to be. Let's keep going though. Number 14. That one is Watchman's Wetsuit. 0.11 feet. Number 15. Daring Gal. That one's not worth much of anything. Number 16. We start off with Anchor Top. That's worth a quarter of a piece. Our bonus item is a productivity ticket. That's worth about half a piece, so that helps us a little bit. Number 17. This one is the Big Star. Worth 0.21 piece. Number 18. Watchman's Wetsuit again. Number 19. We get it again. Number 20. We start off with a backpack expander. The backpack expander is worth about half a piece. And our main item, a Watchman's Wetsuit again. 3 in a row. Wow. Number 21. We get Pathfinder again. 22. That's anything. 23. Another death thing. 24. We start off with a Strange Count Transfer Tool. It's not worth much of anything. And the next item is the Mainframe. Number 24. We get a gift pull. That's not worth anything. And the next item is going to be a productivity ticket, which is worth half a piece. And the final item, Strange Justice John. That's worth a piece. I'm not really making back what we put in though. Apologies, my overlay kind of breaks when there's multiple items in the same crate, so trust me, it is 1.05 Ps. We still lose a little bit on that open though. Number 26. We get Crook's Cap. 27. That one is Control Patrol. That one's worth 1.23 Ps. We're still losing on that one though, even though it's the passing page. ticket. And our final item is Sneaky Blinder, which is worth 0.24 keys. Number 32. We get a page, color number 215, 190, 215. And that page is worth 0.35 keys. Our main item is going to be the dress changing. Number 33. We get the Poncho Viper again. 34. We start off with Crook Cap and the bonus item. It's going to be Noble Hatter's Violet, and Noble Hatter's Violet is worth a quarter of a key. 35. We start off with Watchman's Wetsuit, and our bonus item is going to be Dark Salmon and Justice. And Dark Salmon and Justice is worth half a key. Wow. Number 36. We get the Anchoring. 37. Watchman's Wetsuit again. 38. Another Watchman's Wetsuit. Getting a lot of those. 39. That one is Commonwealth Commando. Number 40. We get the Brand Loyalist. 41. Sneaky Blinder. 42. Pathfinder. 43. Daring Shell. 44. We start off with Commonwealth Commando, and our bonus item is Noble Hatter's Violet again. That's a reminder that's worth a quarter of a key. Number 45. Skip the Pulse. Followed by Brute Bracer. 46. We get Strange Tanker Top. That's worth a key. 47. We get a Strange Count Transfer Tool, followed by a Tour Series ticket. And finally, we get the Boswell Visor. 48. We get the Commonwealth Commando. 49. We start off with the Tour Series ticket, let's just see it. And that's followed by the Big Star. That's worth 0.21 keys. Number 50. We start off with a name tag. Name tags are worth about half a key. We also get Watchman's Wetsuit, great. And finally, we get a Strange Part Sniper Skill. Oh wow, pretty lucky. The Strange Part Sniper Skill is worth 2.5 keys. So that's a pretty bountiful open. Okay, we're at the halfway point. We've opened up 50 of our 100 cases. So far, if we look at the top left, we've opened less Mercenary. We've opened way more Commando on this one. We've opened up as much assassin as we expected, and we haven't seen a leak, but we didn't really expect a leak. In terms of strangers, if we look at the right, we have more uniques than we expected, and less strangers. No unusuals and no strange unusuals, though we were only expecting maybe a 50% chance of seeing one unusual for the video. If we look at our unusual tracker at the bottom, we are down to a 24% chance to get one unusual, a 4% chance to get two, and a very small chance to get more than two. So, not looking great for this video. Overall, our profit, we've spent a total of 100 keys so far, and our profit is minus 66.51 keys, so not great, not a great start to the video. But we're going to keep going, and we'll see what we get. Okay, number 51. Hey, an unusual find. A Star-Spangled Strategy unusual fire. Let me grab the price on that. That is worth 2.5 keys for a 1 key profit on that. Our next item, we get a strange Baron Bell. And that's worth only 0.13 keys. Number 52. Scorched Earth Stopper. Number 53. We start off with the brand Loyalist. And our bonus item is a Manto Source City ticket. Sweet. Number 54. Entry Stop. Number 55. Commonwealth Commando. 56. Strange Pathfinder. That's worth half a key.
Saying, so no one's gonna say, oh, I'm taking out of context or whatever. Like you can really see, I'm playing out his video, right? I did skip a few segments of it that I didn't think were relevant, but also I didn't talk about what he was saying in those segments. You know what I mean? So it's like, if I'm not gonna talk about it, I don't need to watch it. I only address the stuff that I watch, but you know that's a hard concept and some people don't understand. That's okay. But I thought I could post that and you know we can move on. Like we're all good. That was my mistake because I figured it would be pretty obvious that we were seeing and we would all be on the same page. But that's where I was wrong, and that's where I messed up. I did not consider the fact that all of this guy's fans are fucking morons. I didn't know that. So I would like to take a moment right here at the beginning of this video to formally apologize to all of you Mr. Electrify fans. I didn't know that all of you were this fucking stupid. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down and explain things to you. Just how they sit you down in the special ed class at school and they explain stuff to you, I'm going to do the same. So that's my bad. I made a mistake. I'm going to now fix that mistake. So let's start with the actual age. There seems to be some confusion here about the age. I know numbers can be hard to do, so try to keep up. Maybe watch it back a few times if you need help. Maybe write some stuff down if you can't do simple math. People keep saying there is a 2-year age gap. I guess because that's what he's saying. Nobody actually did the math apart from me. I guess I don't know. To be fair, it is partially true, but the problem is that's not how a calendar works. The only way that it would stay a consistent 2-year age gap between two individuals is if both people have the exact same birthday. Let me give you an example. The first person is the guy. Let's say he was born January 1st, 2000, right? Let's keep it simple. And let's say we have a girl, and let's say she was born halfway through the year, July 1st, 2004. Now, if you think about it, 2000, 2004, it looks like a 4-year age gap, right? Kind of, but technically, it could be a 4-year age gap, or it could be a 5-year age gap, depending on what the date is that you're looking at it, right? So let's say we're in March of 2020. So that would make the guy in this situation 20 years old because his birthday was in January, but the girl would actually only be 15 years old because she hasn't had her birthday yet. So even though you might think it's a 4-year age gap, it actually technically is a 5-year age gap for half the year. Go ahead and rewind that if you're not understanding that concept. Now, taking this back to our situation, unfortunately, surprisingly for Twitch, but I was still able to
wants to associate with a cheater who defends pedophiles such as my ex-girlfriend Reagan. I guess it makes sense, considering Noah also invites pedophiles to his own DJ sets. This is incredibly disingenuous of all of you, and makes sense why each of you would side together and defend my pedophilic ex-girlfriend.
So, if you guys need a little refresher on the situation, she was 21 and the guy was 17. So, 4-year age gap it seems. Now, let's not forget the birthday math we just did. Let's bring that back for a second. I don't know this guy's birthday, unfortunately, but it's probably 99.99% chance they don't share a birthday. So, most likely, it wasn't a 4-year age gap the entire time. And keep in mind, her birthday is in December, so statistically, it's likely that his birthday comes before her birthday. So just based off that, I thought it would be pretty funny now if she also happened to have a 3-year age gap as well, right? Wouldn't that be interesting? Because apparently, his own words, not mine, he called her a pedophile. So I'm just wondering, because I'm a little confused here, so maybe somebody can help me out. I need someone to explain to me why 21 and 17 is a pedophile and 16 and 19 is totally cool. I'm just wondering what the cutoff is, because, based on his explanation, it seems that a 3 to 4-year age gap is to a pedophile, but a 2 to 3-year age gap is totally fine. I don't know, I'm just asking y'all, these are the rules that y'all made up. I don't know. I think it's all pretty weird. I think it's pretty simple. If you're an adult, don't date minors. That's it. It's an easy rule to follow. It would save people a lot of trouble. We wouldn't have to sit here and debate, like, what's weird, what's not weird, what's a pedophile, or technically this is what this is. Like, it would just make shit a lot easier if we could just stop going after minors. But people can't do that. It's going to probably continue to happen. There's a lot of weirdos in the gaming community. I think the problem is a lot of people don't even understand that they're weirdos, or maybe they're weirdos as well, and try to normalize it. But before we finish up here, I have a couple more points I would like to make. I want to carry on the trend of what we were just talking about, right? So we're going to call this segment His Words, Not Mine. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to play a couple clips from his video of what he said about the situation, and then, we can just talk about it a little bit.
Reagan also then proceeded to post these photos and videos on social media. I told her that I did not want photos of us on my Instagram because I felt we were too young at the time, which she got absolutely furious about.
You didn't want to put pictures of y'all on Instagram because you thought she was too young. Oh, actually, she said because we were too young. I don't know who we is because you're an adult. She's a minor. There's no we. But you felt you didn't want to post pictures on Instagram because she was too young. Hey, that's your word, not mine.
Specifically, I would like to formally apologize to Pat, or the Smith plays, and everyone involved at the Z House, where Reagan made me lie about her age.
So you lied to all your friends about her age. I'm just confused because apparently there's nothing wrong, like it's all good, but you don't want to post pictures of her on Instagram, she's too young. You don't want to tell your friends her real age, she's too young. But apparently it's all good though. There's nothing weird, it's all normal. I don't know, man. It's just not making sense. That's his words, not mine. That's what he's saying.
So how about you admitting you regret taking things forward with me in 2017 when I told you I wanted to wait and you were completely obsessed with me?
Wanted to wait. I mean, hey, he said it, not me. I don't know what that means. What are you waiting for? I mean, I thought everything was cool. It's all normal. Nothing wrong. So, what you waiting for?
Reagan was the one begging me for intimacy, even when I told her that I wanted to wait and not rush anything as we were so young.
There he goes with that we again. We were so young that he had to wait. There's no we. It's not we. He was young, but for some reason, even though everyone's trying to say it's normal, it's cool or whatever, the guy involved in the situation himself is even saying, hey, she's too young, let's wait. But I don't know. I'm just a crazy person on here. I don't know what I'm talking about, but hey, that's his words, not mine. Anyways, that's pretty much it for the clip. Let's wrap this up. I don't want to take up any more of your time. Listen, I don't know if it comes across as if I'm supporting the girl in this situation, but let me just make it very clear. She's obviously insane. I think she's weird. He's weird. I think anyone defending either one of them is weird. do you think grooming is? Is that a crazy take? I don't know. Apparently I'm crazy. I'm a crazy guy. Don't know. So, both of those two things, did this guy not do both of those two things I just said? Hello? Why are people mad at me? What again? I don't get it. He did not. Okay, what did he not do? I'm confused. What did he not do? Okay, you said he did not. Okay, what did he not do? He definitely talked to her when she was a minor. Any disagreement on that? Any disagreement that he was talking to her when she was a minor? There's apparently disagreement that he didn't have sex with her while she was underage. Okay? So he talked to her while she was a minor, waited until she turned 18 and had sex with her. Is that grooming or no? Do you understand that that's literally the definition? Or like, well, I don't know, like what the hell? Hello? That's literally what it is. Hello? I don't like, I'm not understanding how I'm wrong. How am I wrong? Let's see. Look, see the thing is, everyone that says something, they don't say why. There's no why. Look, you don't understand. You're not comprehending. But why? There's no why. It's just you're wrong. Okay? But why? You're too old to understand. Put the fries in the bag. Imagine this poor loser telling me to put the fries in the bag. Like, imagine this fucking loser telling me to put the fries in the bag, dude. Like, just think about who's talking to you right now. That's insane.
Crash! Oh.
You gotta apologize.
Crash down.
What do I gotta apologize for?
Crash down. Oh my god, dude. It's so funny.
Hello and welcome to TikTok Tuesday. It's that time, that day, once again. How are y'all doing? I'm doing okay. Maybe, kind of. I guess it really depends on how good the TikToks are. You guys come through for me? Let's see. Okay, it's the first TikTok of the day, I promise. Economic inequality in the U.S. and Caribbean. Hi. Spiritual healing. Oh my god, all these useless degrees. What an incredible group of up-and-coming scholars, guys. I'm sure they'll contribute greatly to our society. Listen, there's obviously a place for the arts. I don't want to go too far into, you have to do only STEM. No, there's a place for the arts. But these people, man, sounds like I want to enjoy absolutely none of the media they will produce. What? Hold on. Can you explain your pronouns in your bio? We slash us. Sorry. Explain to us.
Slowly but surely been identifying less and less with she, her, hers, which were the pronouns for years.
Oh my god, change your
And
pics,
for
lady.
a while, I was like, I guess they, then there, whatever works for me. But I realized that we're all so inherently connected that what makes me feel most validated is when I am try to use corrective pronouns.
I do not want to be connected to you in any way, lady. We are actually approaching Borg levels of self-consciousness. I just feel more comfortable when I consider all of us to be the same person. Why don't you just, like, upload my brain into the hive mind, dude? I don't gotta be an individual. By the way, all your stuff is mine now, too. It's ours. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Unironic fucking communists.
Who is it?
Huh? Oh. Ring doorbell?
Oh my god, it's me. Oh, hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
You want me in? Oh, no, I can't. Play rocket. That is
Dave.
Well, pause it and let me in.
Can't pause it on my
I
good
said
lady.
pause it. It's an online room.
Yeah.
Well, tell your dad to open the door. Dad,
Is this stage? Is this
we're
stage, guys?
in the backyard. Open the door for us.
I'm open.
Well, I'm not waiting.
Who was it 2 minutes late? It's waiting.
Come back later. Forget it. I'm out of here. You guys are crazy. Bye. Love you.
The love you. I see boxes. Oh my god. Damn, what a giga shad kid. You know what's going on? You know what's important, guys. You can't leave a ranked match. It's the
What
way
a
to
giga
go.
shad.
No idea on this one. Trigger warning, right. Second time I've had a dream about a family member raping me. Live in my house and I had a face in that. What the fuck? Wow, we're starting strong today. This one's getting demonetized, dude, like instantly. Maybe I should like edit this so that this is in the middle of the video so that no one knows. You know, yeah, that's what I'll do. This wasn't the first one that I recorded, guys. Jeez, the file name is Wonder She Got Off, but holy fuck. Why you guys gonna name it that?
Imagine going to jail and telling
Whoa.
your cellmate that you got shot by an 11-year-old.
Okay, what's
Home
going
in
on?
America.
11-year-old Chris
What's going on,
Baker
kid?
was home alone Wednesday morning when he heard a noise. Someone had broken into his house.
Oh.
Scared, Chris grabbed a 9mm handgun.
I want to come downstairs and
Nice.
say you was going to kill me if you all that.
The intruder
Damn,
was out the
dude.
front door with a hamper in hand. That's when Chris started firing off bullets.
I shot through the hamper barriers to there was 4 metal jacket bullets. Someone
Damn.
shot through the back of him and said, and started crying, my little baby. I hope you learn the lesson from this house pistol.
Damn.
Dude, what is it with the kids today being giga shads in this?
Yeah, I fucked him up. Yeah, I'm playing Rocket League. Man, good job, kids. The youth are gonna be alright.
So are you top or a bottom?
From what I understand, that happens so much in like lesbian hookups, sometimes gay hookups, definitely trans hookups. But they're just like, man, I just want someone to ravage me. And like neither of them are the ravaging type. So I guess we're playing Mario Kart tonight.
I mean, how big is it fast?
You're not fast.
Literally, yes.
Okay, that was too fast. I gotta play that again. Hold on.
I mean, how big is it
She's not fat,
Literally, yes.
but she is. And friendly fire will not be taught. Nice. That's like an older, fatter woman telling a young, thin lady that she's too fat. Look in the mirror, dude. And yes, I know how this sounds coming from me. Don't worry. I'm not out here being delusional about how fat I am. I get it. What the? Oh my god. The ultimate short stack, guys. Hey, hold on a second. This is going to be a bit filthy trick, but I don't care. Most, like, midget ladies are kind of unattractive. Like, this one is clearly a midget, but also she's pretty cute. Would you guys go for the short stack? Also, one of these secret things. I think Blonde told me that these were all fake. I don't know. Let's watch and try to determine for ourselves.
You take look, you took something crazy, something your boyfriend you never found out, a secret you kept from your boyfriend, I'll give you $20 in cash
Alright, let's see the secret.
right now. But if it's not taken, I'm walking off and I'm keeping it secret.
Ooh.
You get one try.
Okay.
Let's see, guys.
So what's the secret?
So I'm bi, and my boyfriend and I started dating in about a year and a half now,
Mm-hmm.
and he has a sister who's his age, and so one time we were at his house really, really late, but he had to go over and ask to pick up something for his mom, I don't remember.
Did you fuck the sister?
Yeah, wait.
I know.
I hope your boyfriend sees this video
No,
then.
I hope he doesn't.
Oh
Please, no.
my. Okay. How real do you think that was? Possible. I can think it's real because he's cute. All these shenanigans and hijinks that all these people are getting up to when they're, high school age or college age. To be fair, I mean, I got my fair share of hijinks too, but like I was in college in like 2007, 2009, whatever. In that time, there was definitely, a thriving hookup culture, but I think it's really been blown up to the extreme recently, you know what I mean? So the hijinks gotta be off the fucking scale nowadays.
Okay. Specific of it, middle of the fence.
Okay, that was cool though. Okay, you know what? I get it. But good job. Funny. That one was actually obviously a stick. But still, it was a lot of fun to do. Okay, let's end off with this. And if you want a reason as to why the kids might not be alright, all we have to do is watch some of their teachers. Corporations need to become thriving wages, not barely surviving. Okay, tell me about the crisis of capitalism, and also probably Black Lives Matter or some bullshit. Let's hear it.
Capitalism was built on
The first word, capitalism.
labor, sweat, resources.
Okay.
And a check today could not undo the cumulative impact of generations of that spent in all of those categories. And so I think we have to fund the reform of brown labor and resources in an ongoing fashion. And there are structures that we have that could be put to begin to do that reparation.
What do you plan to actually do?
My opponent mentioned Parkland and Oregon and what has happened to our businesses there. Part of what has catalyzed that exponential decimation of black businesses is the Parkland bid, the business improvement district,
Okay, what's
which
wrong with that?
further steals from the community revitalization. And I think there's a model that could be redistributed instead of a bid collecting extra taxation from the black and brown businesses that are struggling. You could be collecting those extra taxes from
Okay, there it is.
businesses all over the city and redistributing them to black and brown businesses.
So, we're anti-capitalist, but only for white capitalists. Okay. What are the nonsense we're gonna hear? Okay. You still need to pay for that when you like, even if municipal government's running, you're still gonna pay for it.
I also really want to point out that basic income projects if it were focused in an important way that you turn a check to fashion. But in its current form, it's not resolutions are not close to that fashion. One of the benefits is the black and brown community.
Yeah.
Two,
So,
what they are experimenting with is unconstitutional. It's not affordable or practical. It is rocket wage. And we know how that
she simply wants benefits to go to her race at the expense of other races. She's just a fucking racist. More like preposterous. Jesus fucking Christ. That was one of those clips where there was so much wrong with it, but it was so self-evident and simple. It's like, well, what do I say to this? Like, she's obviously just wrong and stupid. No, you shouldn't just be giving stuff to black people because they're black. Like, fucking hell, man. No modern black American has suffered from slavery. And there's no reason to tax white businesses higher to give to failing black businesses. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Okay, that's it for today, guys. I will see you guys next time. Have a good one. Hold on. Wait. There's a new video up over on the dev kit. The original Terminator from the 1980s was playing in theaters tonight. So Naomi and I went to go see that. It was a lot of fun. So after you're done watching this, go watch that. I'll see you over there. Have a good one, guys.
found out is, of course, this video of a bunch of warnings of government files and programs that are not public. All, of course, were the errors seems to be forever, while users and the users happen. A lot of people online refer to this post as the killer being secret post because it really leads into the fear of all these government operations being people's lives. But as we'll see in a bit, these fears may or may not be as valid as you think. And naturally, to protect myself and the people I love, this video is nothing else but me explaining a funny and long internet meme. It's definitely just a post by what I just said a minute ago. I love my life. I do not own firearms. I'm not a permanent user.
I do not own firearms.
With that being said, I'm gonna go
Oh
ahead
my
and quickly
god.
inform
I'm
the
being
first slide,
taxed.
killer bees get the first. The first slide reads the FBI distinct viruses keyloggers, newsfeed antivirus software are legally not allowed to detect. Below each of these slide statements there will be several firms that relate to it. Some of these are government programs or files, the contents of which may contain information that corroborates the consent tried. Basically what I want to do for each of these slides is go through the firms, describe, talk about them, and how they're related to this up. With that, we're going to talk about the first firm, first slide, Magic Lantern. Starting off strong with Magic Lantern, they reportedly have a form of computer spyware that is capable of keylogging. Keylogging is basically a method of surveillance that keeps track of the keyboard inputs of the user and can be used to monitor things like internet searches, file names, passwords, usernames, really anything that you use to type it. The way the software was distributed was through email attachments, but supposedly it can also be installed through operating system backdooring, or in other words, essentially exploiting certain weaknesses in the operating system of the computer to install this thing in whatever is targeted. In 2001, Magic Lantern was, of course, reported in the news, after which the FBI confirmed that it did exist, but it was a workbench project, and that it definitely hadn't been used yet. No officer, I promised that I was never going to do the things that I said I was going to do. These are all just hypothetical, tactical plans to do that thing, and everything is all on paper. On everything is legal, actually, and all could be used to carry out those things, but no, I promise you I was experiencing some of them. No, you may not into my business. Anyway, when some antivirus developers were asked to detect and protect against government issued malware, they gave some really questionable answers. I won't go too much into detail, but apparently one of the people who first reported on Magic Lantern said that the company behind McAfee Antivirus, which is garbage by the way, had complied with the FBI on not protecting Magic Lantern, but then the company publicly said that it did. Other companies have given similar answers, possibly to cover the bases in case the government, tries to send a message. Next up we have CPV. CPV is a kind of spyware that the FBI largely uses to gather location data on targets as well as other things like IP addresses, operating systems, and the URL that the target has to visit. Like Magic Lantern, it does require that the target become infected with the software, which the FBI can then activate remotely to gain whatever data they need. CPV became known in 2007 after it was used to track an individual repeatedly sending bomb threats to a high school in Washington State, as well as reportedly being used to monitor and prevent also terrorism. Next we have Carnivore, aka BT-1000. This particular surveillance system is now severely outdated, seeing as they have to physically be present at the location where they were trying to intercept the target's data. What Carnivore pretty much consisted of was a physical computer tower with the Carnivore software on it and a type of hard drive stored using something called a Jazz disk drive. All of this without a monitor or keyboard. And what Carnivore did was act as a packet sniper. In other words, what it would do is it would monitor network traffic from a specific user to the internet service provider by receiving raw pieces of data that it would then use to show what the target was doing online. The Carnivore program was used from 1987 to 2001, after which it was naturally replaced by more advanced and, of course, slimier methods of surveillance. And it's funny to know that after it received a lot of media coverage by the name Carnivore, the FBI then changed its name to BTS-1000 to make it sound less sinister, which you might as well be putting a hungry polar bear in a Snorlax costume at that point. Like, hey, you know that thing we're using to spy on people through the internet and we're naming after a community exclusively flesh? Now let's change the name so that people will think that's really it for Chronicles. Next, we have Network Investigative Technique, or NIT. Network Investigative Technique is, in short, a computer viruses used by the FBI to gain access to physical computers and networks. And by difficult, I mean those hidden by things such as the core network used to browse deep web. Once downloaded, an NIT lets the FBI access the computer by basically undoing the whole anonymity thing that the core network does. And the most famous NIT was used back in 2015 when the FBI managed to bug hundreds of people using the website known as Playpen on the deep web. And if you don't know what Playpen was, it was disgusting, massive news website that hosted certain media involving slavery. There's been a lot of controversy regarding the legality of NITs, especially when it comes to internet privacy and the Constitution of the United States. But in all honesty, if NITs and other forms of surveillance would be used more to catch stuff doing garbage like in Playpen instead of spying on other people, maybe people wouldn't be so worried about the FBI. Up next we have the second slide, which reads, the NSA has forced Intel, AMD, chip makers to backdoor their CPUs and allow them to access the computer even if it's off, as long as they have access to electricity. So because there's only two short points here, which are both pretty much the same thing, I'll go ahead and explain state. Intel and AMD are large electronics companies which make a lot of computer chips and storage. And what the statement's saying is that these companies and other companies like them work with the FBI to facilitate the FBI efforts in accessing private computers, even if those private computers are off. The two terms on the bottom refer to the Intel Management Engine and the AMD Platform Security Processor. And without having to read a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter for the purposes of the video, the Intel ME is here because people have insisted that the system has access to computer memory, yet works independently of the computer itself. So even if your computer is off, but still has battery, or is connected to a power source that has a computer tower, the Intel ME would be able to store more information and effectively make it a vulnerability to access the computer power. The AMD CSP functions kind of the same way, just for AMD computers. As with anything shady, none of this is confirmed. Yes, the Intel ME and AMD CSP exist, but both companies have denied that there's any risk involved with having these systems on computers. The protocols pretty much exist to run regular background tasks, and with leading up to computer
Bless you, Mom.
without having to run stuff
Bless you.
turned on. But I mean, I guess according to some people, you know. It's interesting to note though that in 2013, the NSA's budget request revealed that it wanted to insert vulnerabilities into commercial encryption and PC systems. People have said that this includes the Intel XP system. So take that how you will, I guess. Next up we have slide 3. Slide 3 is a continuation of the last slide in only one term. Slide 3 reads, the NSA has forced hardware manufacturers to backdoor their random number generators to allow them to break RSA encryption. Let me explain what all this does. You might be familiar with RNGs already, but a random number generator essentially generates random values that can be used for a variety of purposes in computers, including security and encryption. It's also important to know that no RNG is truly random, and anyone with the RNG's entire algorithm would be able to predict the outcome of every input, and basically know how to predict anything that the RNG can come up with. Then you have RSA encryption. RSA encryption is an acronym named after the creators of the encryption method, and it stands for Reverse Exchange Settlement. It's an algorithm that is notoriously difficult to break unless you know this is the encryption key. And finally, dual elliptic curve is another algorithm supposedly more secure than RSA encryption that would be one of the safest to use for a while. That is, if you don't take into account your own privacy and the government. It is said that dual elliptic curve is still heavily recommended and pushed because the NSA has supposedly developed one specific DEC algorithm that they have put a backdoor into. And what this all amounts to is honestly pretty dark. Based on documents used by Edward Snowden himself, and it was allegedly proven that the NSA pushed for their own DEC algorithm to be approved and backdoored, and paid several companies, including RSA Security, the company founded by the developers of RSA encryption, to use the NSA algorithm. Yeah. But anyway, the backdoor was confirmed to be true in 2013, we have Flight 4, which reads, American-made electronics transmit radio frequencies which allow the FBI and NSA to access the computer even if it's not connected to the internet. The first one on the bottom is Cottonmouth 1, named for a fact that it's Cottonmouth snake. It's a USB or Ethernet connector that can communicate in the space of radio signals even if its target is not connected to the internet. As you might guess, the government can load whatever silos they want onto it, and if somehow makes it work to choose not to modify, then use a bug. One bug is the lead that the NSA can access the computer remotely, install the spyware, and all sorts of very fun stuff. Next up we have Surly Spawn. Surly Spawn is a lot like the Magic Lantern, which we saw before, except Surly Spawn can be used for keylogging on computers not connected to the internet. It's basically a small electronic component that can also communicate with radio, which is installed on target computers and used to track keystrokes and set MP2 other monitors. The next one given is PAL catalog. They're referred to by both names, with ANT standing for either Advanced Network Technology or Access Network Technology, and then PAL stands for Tailored Access Operation System. What this catalog is basically a large list of espionage and surveillance software that the NSA deploys on a wide range of electronics. The catalog was initially leaked by an unknown source and then published on the German news magazine, and it's pronounced as wrong, Der Spiegel, in 2015. And this list of items is pretty big, with some targets being anything from USB sticks to phones and of course computers that the NSA modifies and sends to their craft. The items also range from software to flat-out bugs that are infected and then installed within electronics in order to intercept it. From what I can gather, most of the items target are from outside the United States and overseas, but that's not to say that the NSA won't use them on citizens. I like that. Next up we have slide 5, which is very brief, and we call it the PAL catalog. It reads, the NSA intercepts computers, laptops, and phones purchased online and installs malware chips on them before delivering them to you. Now, this is an idea that we've already seen before, but it mentions a special entity called the PAL team. The PAL team is basically an actual unit of the NSA who are tasked with gathering intel and conducting cyber warfare, usually against foreign entities, and they are also responsible for using a lot of the items that we saw in the PAL catalog. The division formed in the 90s to the early 2000s, supposedly, and are really just the people involved in targeting and executing a lot of the espionage and surveillance done by the NSA. Next we have slide 6, which reads, if you are a person of interest, the NSA is intercepting your mail, setting them up, and installing bugs on any electronics you order online. Now, I'm not going to go over the catalog again because it's the only term on this slide, but it's the same idea that the NSA can bug the devices that you order online. Keep in mind that you probably don't have to be a person of interest for them to do this, and that might just be me being the show aspect of the post that is too hard. But based on the fact that it's the U.S. government, I put absolutely nothing on it. Next we have 7, which reads, the NSA has already broken 4 networks and can identify and attack you if you use 4. ISP companies like Verizon, AT&T, and Comcast assist this. Now for context, the 4 network that I mentioned before is short for cellular router and is a kind of network that you can use as a connectivity router or browser. What Tor does is route your outgoing data through a series of
Báñate, cabrón.
each encrypted
Acabo de lavarla.
before your data makes it to
No se suba si está sucio. Métete a bañar, ándale, pero no te quieras meter a bañar a las 10 de la noche, 12.
Or is pretty much useless if the government wants to know what you're doing or using it, with internet service providers giving away data to the government if they have to. The terms on the bottom of this slide are Fox Acid, Quantum Insert, and Ecosystem overlap. As far as I could gather from searching the internet, these 3 are referring to separate but similar systems used by the NSA to attack targets through the use of browser. There are several presentations that reference these 2 protocols, but like I said, they all essentially work as network entities that intercept data going out of someone's computer and through Tor in order to find out what that person is doing and attempt to replicate business. Believe me, if I would have found a stupid because I could barely even find stuff about quantum insert, let alone egotistical graphs. All you need to know is that just like anything that I've mentioned in this video, you really don't want anything to do with it. You don't want it on your phone, on your computer. Next we have slide 8. And slide 8 reads, major American tech companies like Microsoft frequently provide the NSA with advanced warnings of zero-day security vulnerabilities before revealing them to the public. As a hard to find the terms on the bottom, a zero-day security vulnerability refers to any vulnerability the software might have at the time of the release. Programmers zero time to fix the issue before a potential attack. For example, if a new version of the software is published and people download it, that first version of that software might have security weaknesses that allow people to use. What this is saying is that tech companies know about the weaknesses and still release their products with them because they share vulnerabilities that the NSA can use to target people using the programs and spy on them before they hack. The first term on the bottom is How Team, which we already know is responsible for carrying out cyber attacks. But then you have Prism. Now, Prism is one hell of a concept. Prism stands for Planning Tool for Resource Simulation, Synchronization, Management. And I guess they really wanted this to spell out Prism because they even ignored the P in the word tool. Anyway, Prism is a surveillance program started by the Bush administration, and that's 9/11 Bush, not vomiting on the Japanese Prime Minister Bush. That Bush approved law that included Prism. What the program does is allows the NSA to collect all sorts of data, specifically through large companies without the need for a warrant. And these companies include Google, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, and as the list grows in the modern day, I wouldn't be surprised if it includes now a lot more companies than when it was revealed in 2013. Speaking of which, 2013 was when the whole concept of Prism got leaked by Edward Snowden. I'm not going to get into specifics, not only because I want my brain inside my skull, but also because Prism isn't really active since it was leaked more.
I want my brain
Obviously,
inside
NSA
my
has
skull.
huge data collection with years or decades, but basically big tech companies collect data that they give to the NSA so that the government can then take this data on people they want, right? Including foreign powers, terrorists, and whatnot. This is a lot of data, which the NSA then parses through with more parts of Prism that I'm not going to get into, to be able to spy on these people specifically and also prevent more things from happening. Then we had NSA hoarding program, which isn't really a concrete term, more like, from what I could find, just referring to the whole operation that the NSA has put together to collect a ton of internet user data and then store it for their advantage. Like, this includes Prism, like I said, and whatever other unethical crap they're using to spy on people around the world. Slide 9 is short and sweet, or not sweet, depending on who you work for. It reads, the CIA can inspect your car's control systems, which would allow them to remotely take it over and drive it. Okay, so also unconfirmed, keep in mind that this was in the talks 10 years ago, and with self-driving cars becoming popular in the last couple of years, things could look a lot scarier than that. The only term on the bottom is Vault 7. Vault 7 is a massive CIA document leak carried out by 6 leaks back in 2016. Now, this leak contains all sorts of information about the CIA and its ability to inspect a ton of consumer electronics and software with its surveillance programs. By the way, I'm talking anything from the obvious like your phone, your computer, like operating systems, to more obscure things like we said before, smart TVs, cars, and even your damn smart fridge can be compromised. Part of this leak, as I mentioned, includes plans to bring cars into this, which is just about the worst thing in this whole video. Now think about it. You're driving your new Tesla, and all of a sudden you lose control of your car and end up in a car accident, or even worse, at the nearest police station with an FBI van waiting to report it. Now back in 2014, this wasn't a concern because self-driving technology wasn't really too advanced, but now that some cars can drive themselves, and hell, you can play Cuphead on your car on your lunch break, things are a bit different, right? So yeah, don't make the government greedy, or you might just end up wrapped around the light bulb. Now the final slide is related to the slide before it, and it reads, the CIA/MI5 can hack into all smart devices, TV, rather than having a conversation with a friend or whatever, and you mention something like out of the blue, you'll then get an ad on social media for something you mentioned while talking with them. Yeah, it's like that, except what you saw is Amazon trying to sell you underwear after you mentioned you needed more underwear, but imagine now the government intelligence being able to do that, and they have no intention of selling you underwear. With that, we have the last one of the video. As I mentioned in the last slide, Vault 7 was a series of documents made by WikiLeaks, each subsequently releasing over a period of weeks. Weekend Angel was the name of the sixth leak in that series of leaks, and resulted in the name of the program in that leak. Weekend Angel, named of course after the Dr. Sea monster, is the kind of spyware that was used, supposedly, and installed in early models of sensor smart TVs, which even when turned off would allow remote access to the camera and the microphone of the TV, so that the agency could then see everything. The spyware, however, would have to have been physically put into the TV externally through an USB drive. Not a difficult thing to do considering we talked about the house being intercepting electronics and whatnot. But anyway, apply this to your Alexa and other smart garbage that you may have in your house, and you get this. And that, guys, is the end of the Killer Cryptocurrency. Let me know what you guys think about all of this. As with anything conspiracy or government related, take anything you heard in this video with a grain of salt. Like, I'm not going to tell you that you should be afraid of every piece of technology in your life, but I'm also not going to advise you to trust the government. But what I will say though is don't do illegal things on the internet. Please do not commit crimes, because that's what gets targeted by Big Brother. If you're going to do something that is questionable, at least have a backup plan. Positive that the FBI is 10 steps ahead. With that, I hope you enjoyed these insane ramblings of nothing serious. There's a funny little video playing in the background. That being said, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe if you want.
good chance at this point, if this is the first that you're hearing about this, you won't even know what I'm about to talk about because he deleted it. Yesterday, in a video titled I Work for Mr. Beast Who's a Thief, Ty Orr, the YouTube editor, makes the claim that the Mr. Beast company stole his idea for one of their YouTube videos, and I don't necessarily agree with him, and I don't think his intentions are good, and overall, this thing just doesn't feel right, and I want to talk about that. There's a very low chance that you haven't seen this video if you're watching this one, but in case you haven't, I'll put a link down in the description. But TLDR in like 10 seconds, Ty Orr was pulled into the Mr. Beast company for 3 days to work on creating ideas. He thinks his idea got ripped from him and then used in a future video. Most of the feelings that I'm getting from here, and looking at this just logically, it doesn't feel like he had the best intentions in mind. I want to go over a few of the claims he makes in the video and use some logic to kind of just, really flesh out some of these points to see if they really make sense.
And I got an email in which I thought was a scam. I mean, for real, look at this. Even you would think the same thing if you got a random email saying, Mr. Beast follow-up, when you didn't even remember reaching out in the first place. So when I got this email, I decided to give it a chance. I responded to the email and then I proceeded to post a Facebook post because I was so happy.
So let's just go over that in order. He receives an email asking to speak with him about a potential contract for a full-time, gig. He thinks it's a little suspicious because he didn't actually remember, submitting for this job. And then in the same day, he goes onto his Facebook and says, I got a job offer for Mr. Beast today. In my opinion, Ty has set his expectations way too high, way too quickly. Yes, they're trying to be exciting, but to some degree, you also need to recognize that the Mr. Beast company isn't just pulling people on and hiring them on the spot. What they do is so different than, editing for sports gaming channels or sports channels in general. You gotta prove that you're able to do what they're doing, or that, you're actually providing something to them that they don't have. If they're reaching out to you and you're not even necessarily in the niche that they're in right now, what makes you think that they aren't reaching out to so many other people to try to do the same thing? So to just take this at face value as just a straight up job offer and not anything more than that, not, like a test, I think he's putting the cart before the horse here. I bring this up because we need to keep in mind what people are thinking going into things like this. Because when he inevitably ends up not actually making the cut to get offered a job, it's going to hurt him that much more when he already sets the precedent to himself and to other people around him, like on his personal Facebook, that he got the job offer immediately, and now everything past that is just a disappointment. And we're going to see that later. Just keep that in mind going forward. I don't want to waste your time here. I'm just giving you a quick 10 seconds. It would really mean a lot if you subscribe if you like this content and other, commentary drama that I will plan to be covering in the future. If you're not interested in subbing, I totally get it, and I just appreciate that you ended up watching my video. So thank you. I wanted to talk about this real quick because it just seems strange, and it's in regard to how he got, maybe tricked into signing an NDA.
I've never once personally have ever signed an NDA. In all my emails and all my correspondences and all my text messages, I have never once ever signed an NDA. So what I think what they're doing, there is an iPad when you get to the warehouse, when you walk in, and you have to sign in. And they ask you things like your first name, last name, email address, all that, phone number, and stuff like that. And I have a very, very, very high suspicion that when you sign your name in there and you sign in, I think you're also signing an NDA. They don't come out and say it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. That's something that I think.
If there's a lawyer watching this video, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it is in a company's best interest to secretly make you sign an NDA. Logically, as far as I understand it, they are making you sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, because they don't want you disclosing, sensitive information. It makes no sense to me in any way, shape, or form for them to be trying to, secretly make people sign NDAs. Because what's the plan there? People are going public talking about things they didn't know was covered, only for the Mr. Beast team to turn around and, sue the hell out of everybody? That doesn't track. That just makes them look bad. And the stream of revenue that they would get from a bunch of people breaking NDAs that they didn't know they agreed to would be pennies compared to literally any other stream of revenue that company makes. And it also wouldn't outweigh the massive amounts of negative PR that we get from the creatives they're pulling on, who likely have a social following, who would likely then talk super poorly about the Mr. Beast company. It just doesn't really track in my head, and I struggle to believe that this was exactly what happened. Maybe this is how he remembered it, or maybe it is exactly what happened, but just based off of looking at it objectively, this point just doesn't really add up.
Right here, we're looking at, this is the most important part, just rooms.
The two main things that I want you guys to focus on in that room ideas is American Ninja and the rope course in Sky, those two that are near the top.
I wanted to see how I could make an obstacle course with those floating blocks. I don't know how you would do it. Logistically, it's just not going to work. So I came up with an idea with a trellis net, but somehow incorporate it with the Mario idea. This is a picture that I drew for this idea.
Let's just talk about the crazy ingenuity that is this idea. Like I pointed out earlier, American Ninja Warrior was on that board. This obstacle course up in the air, it's going to be set up like the American Ninja Warrior stuff is, with wires coming down for the platforms, which is not a very original idea. It's already been done multiple times before. And to do, these floating platforms that he's talking about and going, focusing on this Mario idea and how he got it. As we're going through, okay, there's big open platforms between the slats. And so, they're using harnesses to get around it. It's like, okay, yeah. Has anyone thought about what we'd do if we didn't have a harness on them, that we do a net underneath? Which sounds cool, and that's why circuses do it for trapeze artists. They have nets set up. My point with this is that, maybe the collection of all three of these pieces, the obstacles with the slats, and then we're removing the harness and we'll need a net, and this kind of American Ninja style obstacle course, bringing all three of these concepts together is the original idea. For sure. Now, question for you, the viewer. Do you think that the creator of this concept that we just outlined is entitled to $1.7 million? Because if you did, Ty would agree with you. Here's why.
The budget was originally $1.7 million. That intro alone cost $1.7 million. Just the intro alone. And the reason why I didn't want to bring it up immediately was only because if the budget was $1.7 million and I'm here to prove myself, I can't start with going by over budget. So, well, it would have worked because who are they going to trust? You're going to trust someone that worked there for months, a week, years, or you're going to trust some guy like me that just flew here a couple days ago.
So there's that 1.7 million. That 1.7 million that would have been the entire budget for the video. Now Ty himself says that would have only been able to cover the intro, but he ends up agreeing that 1.7 million for the entire video, and he thinks that only would have been able to suffice for the intro. Now initially, when the video was released, it had a GoFundMe link in the description. It's since been taken down because of all the backlash, but here it is. The fight against Mr. Beast and the wrongdoing of his company. The raised target of $1.7 million. If someone who has never been in production was, and I'm giving a benefit of the doubt here, was looking to, create this obstacle course that he had the idea of, we already know that Ty doesn't think that $1.7 million would cover the intro, let alone the entire thing. And on the other side of the spectrum, the assumption is he's asking for $1.7 million because he thinks he owes that from the Mr. Beast company. That seems a bit insane. I'm all for being negative about the Mr. Beast company. They have done a lot of things to be critical of, but to put a goal of $1.7 million, presumably for yourself, in the description of a video where you are trying to, talk badly about the Mr. Beast company, seems like it's more so in your personal interest and personal gain. It doesn't seem like you're actually focused on, exposing these issues and bringing it to light. It really more so seems like you're doing this for money. Now, at the very least, the Dogpatch 2-part expose so far, he hasn't received, presumably, a dime from either of them since they're not monetized. And additionally, Jake Weddle, I don't believe, has monetized the video yet, and in each description, it's linked for charities. They are making much more of an effort to make sure they're not doing this for money, and you show up and immediately are like, 1.7 million, please, go fund me. This kind of behavior very quickly muddles your intentions. And if you really think to a large degree that something like this 1.7 million, was genuinely deserved, I don't know that you would have taken it down. But you did. Additionally, and we do have to take this with a grain of salt, from Drama Alert, yikes, the Mr. Beast team, who more than likely lied about the dislike, yikes, sent proof that they had a thumbnail idea for that World's Deadliest Obstacle Course way before this guy had shown up and given that idea. Most specifically, here is that one showing the rope thing that I was talking about earlier, and then the, up in the sky obstacle course, kind of like those bridges that I talked about earlier. So just to overview my thoughts about this, Ty showed up expecting that he already had a job, as he proved with his earlier, Facebook posts and whatnot. Went through the vibe check, and if we take those renderings of the Mr. Beast thumbnails from before he had his idea, he presented some frankly unoriginal ideas to the team, at least unoriginal to their headspace. But at the end of the day, because of this GoFundMe, because of how he did frame this and set it up, this comes off very vindictive and spiteful and more about his own personal gain in this situation than it does to actually get information out to warn other creators. He just kind of bragged about what he thought was a good idea and feels wronged because he didn't get, to be a part of bringing that idea to fruition, even though he was just working on it creatively when it's already been in the headspace for quite some time before he showed up. I could be wrong about that. I'd like to see some of the points that you guys make. Again, I don't think the Mr. Beast company is great by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think that everything they did in these situations was okay or a nice thing to do, but to turn this around and frame it so that you feel
some way you're entitled to $1.7 million? I don't know, man. If you want money, just own it, man. Like me, please. Someone give me a sponsor. Not these fools, though. Yep. It's very easy to jump on the hate Mr. Beast company train, but this kind of stuff, for me, is what ends up discrediting other people that come forward when you try to do this for what appears to be your own personal gain. If more info comes out and I'm wrong, I'll apologize, absolutely, but this feels weird. Last but not least, a shout out to all my members, and I will be doing it in Gilbert Gottfried's voice. Enjoy.
Special thank you to Zakia, not Ninja. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you a story of challenge that I think strategy was to always align with winning. He thought that was the safe move because I meant the only time he was wrong was when winning was also wrong. To take him out of the corner.
So yesterday, the second part of Dog Pack's massive expose against the Mr. Beast company came out. And the odds are, if you're clicking on this, you watched it, and you know that I got to do an interview with Dog Pack. Now, I want to give you guys a brief little bit of transparency as to what led up to this, just so that, we're fully clear about what's going on, my biases, things, etc. I released a video about the interview that Ludwig did with Dog Pack, which, went pretty piss poor, was barely an interview, and after doing that, he sent me a message on Instagram. Here it is. As you can see, he was just, giving me some more background information in regards to why he behaved the way he did, and after a little bit of back and forth conversation, barely an interview, and after doing that, he sent me a message on Instagram. Here it is. As you can see, he was just, giving me some more background information in regards to why he knew that Ludwig did with Dog Pack, which, went pretty piss poor, was barely an interview, and after doing that, he sent me a message on Instagram. Here it is. Here it is. As you can see, he was just, giving me some more background information in regards to why he behaved the way he did, and after a little bit of back and forth conversation, he offered to do an interview with me. In this video, I'm going to provide some context for some of the questions that I feel like I want to provide that for, as well as a bit of feedback for his responses. If you guys just want the cut down interview without this added commentary, leave some comments down below, and if we get enough of them, I'll go ahead and have Mr. Editor Man do it without this part.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, what's your name, by the way?
My name's
Quintio?
Connor. Yeah, Quintio. Yeah, Connor. To start off with, asking you questions. In regard to, the content top intro and whatnot, what was kind of your, objective with starting with that?
Well, I don't know, just pay homage to the team and I guess do a little, I don't know, you gotta have some kind of intro, I guess. So that's kind of came up not on the fly after our interview. It's like, I think Jake had the idea. Hey, what if we do a content cop intro? We did.
I mean, it felt exactly like you guys were music and everything. And I think that sounds a lot like exactly how Jake ended up doing that interview. Just trying to keep it light, funny, if you could. For me, that iDubbbz intro compared to what was contained in that interview, it was a very jarring juxtaposition of those two kind of vibes, right? iDubbbz usually used it to talk about someone that was absolutely deplorable, and it wasn't like a torture situation usually, and it didn't end up with someone breaking down in the video. However, in this situation, that's what happened. So to go from the iDubbbz content cop vibe in the beginning to what we end up seeing in the interview, which is this Jake breaking down, it felt like Dog Pack was taking this less seriously. I had some, gentle assumptions that maybe it was Jake's idea, so hearing it was good because it starts to make a bit more sense. Watching Jake throughout that entire interview, you find out that he is a stand-up comedian, and he is constantly attempting to find the joke even when he's talking about absolutely horrendous. I think him coming up with the idea for the content cop intro just falls in line with his personality, and with that added context, for me it's a lot less jarring, because then it makes it more about, Jake telling his story as he is. That is a part of his personality, to do something wacky and goofy in the face of something so dramatic. Kind of going back to including the start of, everything that you put out, part one, what really motivated you to start bringing all of this to life? Because you talked about the fact that you're not doing this for money, you haven't monetized these videos, you didn't go into it starting that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, it just kind of became a lot at the company, so there were people at the company who were very open with me, and so I don't want to name them or anything, they do their art about, the history and things occurring in the company that are unethical. And internally, I things, and then obviously I was right there with wrapping up because I pushed back. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I just kind of felt guilty, and I kind of like wanted to make the case for the public, I suppose.
That's fair. Okay. So when you've talked about it in the past, you brought up that you're not doing this for clout, you're not doing this for money, and to some degree, like the criticism that I see there, that would be lobbied against you would be you've revealed your face in this situation to to do the digital as opposed to keeping it faceless. How does that end up benefiting you against going against doing it for clout, etc.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I did at one point want to do it anonymously, but it just kind of felt weird. Like, I even bought the dog mask, which you can see a little bit in the intro of part one. I'm wearing it in the scene where I'm like driving or whatever.
Sure. Okay.
So like, and I started recording, it's like audio is bad, and like, what the fuck is this? This looks so weird. And then it's just off the 360. I was like, okay, I'll just do it.
The meat of that question that I was focused on was the clout part. And so his response was it just being that, it was tough with the face mask and it felt weird. I can understand that weird feeling you're talking about because I think it's more about being taken seriously. And I do think that although it would help him maintain his anonymity, it would be harder to take him seriously if he was wearing a dog mask the entire time or his audio quality was poor. For me, I think maybe he could have just, never showed his face. That would have been my response, I guess, if I wasn't so damn nervous throughout the entire thing. To some degree, I think adding the fact that he is there, he is a person, he's not changing any part of that, kind of makes it hard for the Mitsubishi company to just, throw it all to the wayside and be like, well, we don't even know if that person works here, and we don't even know who that is, so how can we take any of this seriously? But because he did put his face up and everything, Chucky responded and confirmed that he did work there. But it doesn't help him remain anonymous and, immune to clout in this kind of situation. So again, I still think to some degree you can still argue that whether he says he doesn't want clout or not, inevitably with the way he reported it, he does end up getting it. But I don't know. You clearly have a point you focus in the first part, and as you said in this one, there's gonna end up being three parts. Was there a reason for why you did these differently, like the second part compared to the first? It seemed like in this one you focused heavily, number one, on Jake, but more on that it was more of a focus of talking about what was fake, what was rigged, those kinds of things. So was there a reason to go in this order, I guess?
Not really. I mean, the original plan was more to talk about like Adam said, the video talking about security and recording the whole thing about that. But nothing that I haven't really seen. Same thing about crypto. I have tons of recorded Discord calls with former employees that I'm like, so they want to remain anonymous. You have to disclose your voice. And it's like, just, I don't know, what's even the point about that point? That it's up against some Jake, and he was like willing to be on the record and using the videos, and I was like, okay, this is going to be the bad.
Okay, that's fair. I think out of all my questions, this was by far the worst one, but regardless, Dawson still gave me a bit of grace and did it. I'm not familiar, again, with your NDAs or anything like that, but would you be able to explain more about what you specifically mean by, the secret CEO? I might have missed it. Of course, not who he is, but just hearing it without any context feels a little, I don't know, it comes off a bit conspiracy.
Yeah, no, I mean, the top executives of the company are so secret, and they even find them on LinkedIn, for whatever reason, they have no name, and because the name was distributed, so nothing will come up. Which I thought was intentional, and that's the case with this guy. And like he does, his social media and stuff isn't really his name. In fact, he has some breaking news. He just deleted his Instagram.
You have it, like a photo of it before? That's nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, get a posting that I'll throw the link down. That's insane. So you talked about in the video when you were bringing up the secret CEO, it's like, all right, I don't want you harassing my people anymore, so I'll just, fill you in on for free. Is there any other, benefit being open about that stuff? Because from what I understood, you kept part two under wraps because they were waiting on you.
Yeah, I mean, I just to get more testimonials from people, because right now I have corroborated stories from people who don't want to go on the record regarding, sort of misconduct in the company. And I just feel like, I mean, to be honest, I'm like, if it wasn't for that, then it would just end up like being, I'm kind of over it. The only reason I'm saying it is because of all these people in my DMs. And it's like, even then, I would rather maybe hand it off to someone else. I don't know, but yeah, I just put that as a call to action to be like, okay, I'm getting a lot of DMs. If you're in a similar position, if you know something, DM me.
would you say, I'm just trying to make an interpretation, that although it's hard because these people want to remain anonymous, the goal is to get their stories out there, whether or not people recognize it as in the general public as, verifiable evidence. The fact that it's so overwhelming, and as far as I'm, concerned for this sake, it's genuine, actual testimony to you, then it feels like there's some sense of obligation to actually get this information out regardless.
Right, I agree with that. The issue is that what if it's a rumor, and then what if you put it out with like the perpetrator's name or whatever, and it turns out to not,
It would just
and it would cause pain and suffering to anyone who's person that would be subjected to rumors.
that as well too. I mean, they would lose their social life, like in terms of like jobs, everything. Yeah, I just want to hit on the secret CEO thing. I might have dismissed it because it was too brain, but this kind of comes off conspiracy theory type beat, so I didn't want to just let that go, and I wanted to hear a bit more info on it. But what he explained made sense, and of course we do have that screenshot of the Easter egg that he was talking about, page 1. So that was good, and then the second part, I think both of us kind of misunderstood each other at certain parts. I was trying to generalize over his answer to the, why tell anybody about the third part. From what I was able to discern, the main point of it wasn't about it just being completely factual evidence, but the fact that to his understanding, that we've discussed that he could vet and verify, he wanted to get the testimonies of those people out because there were so many of them, because that felt like the obligation. That's why we were going to come forward. That's why it didn't matter if he told anybody that was the plan, because this info was already out. They couldn't, walk it back or hide it. Although I think he misunderstood me a little, just in terms of like, you wouldn't want to be covering it if it ends up being that someone is making a false allegation. I guess I wasn't accounting for that, or I guess making a point of concern in my summary of what he said. But I do think it helps me better understand what he meant, because I think I misunderstood him as well. Him wanting to pass it off to a third person isn't necessarily like a noble thing. I could be wrong, but I think the reason that he may be wanting to get the third part out by somebody else in the legislative range would be to have either one of those people coming forward do it, anybody in that group of people that he received text from, and because he can't 100% verify those claims, he can only just verify that they worked at Mr. Beast in the past, or at least that's what he talked about at the beginning of the video. Or he would have on his conscience that he may be, the person getting info that ends up being false that could, ruin somebody's career. I'm not a lawyer, but I guess he could potentially also face legal action for, defamation, slander if it ended up being falsely detected. I don't know if that necessarily holds up if he thought that it was the truth. Again, not a lawyer, so find somebody else to ask that question to. But regardless of, my inability to, fully vocalize what I thought, and then, maybe a bit of misunderstanding that I took from Dogpack, I think in the end it ended up providing a lot more info than I was anticipating. It also shows that Dogpack objectively cares about not getting false testimony out there, which I, again, also think is really important. Or I guess he does, at the very least, draw the line at alleged sexual crimes turning out to be false. So it's like talking again about like the intro, that people would be bothered by like the slow intro. So he did that like, okay, you're not going to believe what happens at the end, like that like that. It's hard to, I guess, kind of look at that in any other way than just kind of like spike. Like if they're going to be complaining about the intro of a video, it feels like maybe they're not there to actually, take in the information that was presented. But it just kind of comes off as a bit intro, like responding to hate the video, talking about what is going on because of the traffic that it is. I guess more.
Well, was like the massive retention drop with my last video, but I think that was also because so much of it was from external links for people to click on it on Reddit, and tell you that this is your new video today. But yeah, I mean, I guess there was some legitimate concern that like the start of the video was too slow, and I did want to genuinely let people know that I'm being crazy.
Okay. I guess like my first thought with that immediately is like you want them to like genuinely know something's happening at the end. It's like making the entire thing satirical, is for irony, but that makes sense. I mean, to some degree, it helps it, get out into the public more. In my head, the people that aren't, that are choosing to click off of the video because it doesn't have a quick enough intro, even in light of what's going on, I don't know if they're the people that are going to end up just having their mind changed, or, actually taking this all into consideration. So in this video, Jake, like, in the interview, he talks about like that hostile vibe is kind of towards the beginning of it, where there was like, he alleged that like if you were a yes man for Jimmy, or you were, always agreeing with Jimmy, that there was potential for like reward in terms of like either like an actual bonus or, about it emotionally. Your time there specifically, you can understand where he's coming from, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you a story which Alan made up, which is that my first manager literally said that his strategy was to always align with Jimmy, like, in terms of, I guess, like, feedback on videos or whatever. Like, he never disagreed with Jimmy because he thought that that was a safe move, because that meant the only time he was wrong was when Jimmy was also wrong. He's been penalty for it. And I feel like that's the definition of being a yes man.
Yeah. No, like straight up. Wow. Okay. And so that was your first manager. Was there, because you said, you had quit for, or, whatever had happened, it was for other reasons, not specifically like going to HR or anything. Did you notice anything, I guess, again, back to that question, personally outside of that one manager saying that?
I mean, yeah, I think it's an essence of yes man.
Sure. Just the feeling, the tension kind of thing.
Yeah, it's also like sort of explicitly written and like not posters, but like, things on the wall that's like, I put the company first. You posted it. I've made a mistake. Yes, but also, listen and don't question and don't push back.
So with this one, I liked getting that story from him to talk about that first manager and the vibe that he felt. And I was kind of hesitant to ask the question just because I didn't want to get that Stonewall NDA thing. When he gave me the story about the manager, I thought that was interesting and helpful, but I wanted to get a bit more information as opposed to just having that question be answered by something that even in his own words, he said sounded made up. Also the be honest about your mistakes, things like that. That just straight up sounds like the Red Scare propaganda they use about like telling on your neighbor's teacher. Like going forward with all of this, because you said you weren't even planning to do it partially and now you are. Like specifically in regards to your thoughts on how you think the companies are going to go forward with the response. Like what do you actually think is going to happen from here on out? I mean, not only for you, but like do you have any kind of future sight into what would be happening or occurring?
Dude, I've been trying to reach a resolution with them privately. I've been messaging, discussing with people close to Jimmy or whatever, and they just will not talk to people. Like, okay, I'll keep talking about it. I'll keep filling self without a problem. But like, I don't know. I saw briefly that there was an internal email that was leaked or whatever about new training of like sexual harassment and stuff. And it's like, dude, I have a document with like old suspect history who's worked at the company with corroborate stories against these people, and they're not reaching out to me. You're like, who could have been involved in this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I guess on their side, it's like, why would we give any sort of response to the guy that is already, like, scrutinizing every single thing that comes out? So, like, in some ways, it's like they already aren't responding on anything. It would look bad on them to respond to even small things, and like, I guess a verified. I'm not saying that it's right, especially with what you're saying, like what you're alleging the allegations are in regard to them, but for you yourself, because you're going through all of this, you're talking about, you had a lawyer, go over this with you, so, you're not breaking any laws, but, like, this blows over, into the third one, whatever happens in response to all this information getting out. Do you have any, like, guesses or ideas as to what would happen?
I mean, dude, I just want them to like hear me out and see the evidence I have and fire the bad actors and take accountability. And I don't think it has to go this bad. I don't know why they're sending cease and desist and just like taking this the whole beating.
Yeah, it would be
I think everything, I think it's the correct response.
Sure. Agreed. Dogpack wasn't really planning for this to go as far as it has. And like you said here, just taking them at face value, he was trying to actively, figure this out privately with the company, which honestly, that would have been really good and a very mature thing that lines up with what Dogpack was saying about not doing it for money, not doing it for clout, but just because he wants to see those bad apples, pulled from the tree. And he has provided screenshots, like he messaged Kentucky, which you see in the beginning of the video, and still, no response. But I stand with what I said, that from a business perspective, I don't think they would respond. I don't think it also makes sense to respond because they don't trust the guy already, You can take anything that they say and run with it. And I think to some degree, even if you try to do that privately, they might try to, make him look bad based off of responses. It just seems like that's the game being played out. So I don't think based on his responses that he really has an idea of what's going to happen because he's already in deeper than he expected these things to go. I think truly he saw some terrible things while he was there. He got fired, which large amount of people that have worked at the Mr. Beast company have probably wanted something like this to come to life. But I think because of these pressures that we talked about, again, please go check out his interview. All of the different pieces of what this has become, a true real-life Squid Games of sorts. The fact that if you try to bring up some injustice you see with a colleague of yours that you're both in, the fact that they will use the fact that you have close relationships with people and you don't want to hurt their careers, they will use that against you. It makes a lot of sense that, if anybody, John Packers ended up coming forward. He wasn't there for a super long time, but he was there long enough. And maybe he wasn't the easiest employee, maybe he wasn't, but clearly enough of what he had talked about has gotten former Mr. Beast employees to come out and talk. Why would Jake do a testimony for Dog Tech if he thought that the first part of the expose Dog Tech put out was, a majority false? If he was to do the second part with the knowledge that the first part of this expose is a majority false, then that would change the validity of his interview. It would remove all legitimacy to it, and it could be disproven, and then also just throw him into the ground. Both of them would get sued into oblivion, and he would have just dragged himself in there with the full knowledge that that was probably going to happen. What I'm saying right now it's not irrefutable proof when I provide the claim that it doesn't make sense for Jake to go on to an interview with somebody that he thinks has been lying the majority of the time. It's not factual proof, but let's look at things as if we were in a man who was hiding this information for 5 years, a man who considered himself still after not working there and just jumping in too deep towards Jimmy's bitch. If that's how you look at yourself in regards to your CEO, even after you've left the company, it makes you think about the environment and what that ends up doing to your decision making. But that's all I wanted to cover for the interview. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you later.
I guess just any final thoughts?
I want you to know that I appreciate the coverage. I appreciate also that you're unbiased. Like I said, you're reaching out to me, so I don't want you to feel interrupted.
Yes, it sets a precedent for having bias, and I think to some degree, and I've talked about this already, it means something to me to, number one, be critical of you in previous videos, and for you to reach out and still be willing to do an interview with me. That does, for me, it means a lot to say that I'm okay with just getting into some criticism and responding to it. And I'd rather you have
Hello guys and gals, me Nudahar, and today I want to again talk about Mr. Beast. Because it's one of those situations that just keeps evolving to the point where, what comes out the next day is infinitely more wilder than what came out a day ago. Now, for anybody that needs a refresher on the situation, Mr. Beast and his company was basically thrown into the wildfire of the internet because one large YouTuber at this point, almost 500,000 subscribers now, DogPack404, uploaded a video where he exposed the Mr. Beast company and went to town basically covering some of their wilder practices, like OS practices, like illegal lotteries, for instance. And the fact that NDAs were being used to silence people from talking about situations that NDAs wouldn't even be applicable for, right? So alleged crime. Now, DogPack404 came out with a second video on the whole situation, where he premiered it and he showcased for a large part of an interview with an individual known as Jake Weddle. Weddle would discuss effectively one of his experiences in Mr. Beast production. I'm not joking, seriously bad production standards, okay? Like situations where he felt that he wasn't safe on set, he felt that there weren't, your precautions being properly met, and in some cases, he feels traumatized from that experience of Mr. Beast. For a paycheck that probably isn't worth the trauma. Now, towards the tail end of this video is a very, very serious situation that completely moves the whole Mr. Beast stuff to the next level. Now, while this DogPack404 stuff was going on, obviously last week, 2 weeks ago, we even saw Chris Tyson, one of the big key members of Mr. Beast at one point, who basically was exposed, through catalogs, alleged catalogs, and their behavior to be creepy, allegedly, towards minors, okay? Now, obviously, this is a situation where you start to look into this person, and you start to see that they're a huge fan of a lowly con artist, known as Shagman, and they would have art of this person allegedly up on their walls. And it was just a whole situation where, Mr. Beast
on record, and apparently was still employed at the company, even though they apparently full well knew of this person's serious condition. Listen to this.
Someone sees in public, you're on the registry, you get it. If you sweat a job after you're on that's not that's one thing. When you go to prison, you get rehabilitated, that's one thing, and if you do time, that's fine. The other thing is you get the rehabilitation or something. But that guy, from what I hear, I can't confirm or deny, from what I hear, he's on the registry for doing not great stuff, just dangerous people.
So that's a very, very, very serious allegation. And obviously something like this would require some actual serious proof in the situation. So obviously, putting up this fault. Now it's interesting when people say charges are dropped. I think the proper term would probably be expunged. I don't think charges ever really get dropped like this, especially when you got like a conviction that you pled to. Delaware's been nothing but a good person, an amazing husband to my sister, and the best father to my two nieces that I could ever ask for. They want no part of it, and just want to live their lives away from the limelight. I understand why anyone would be upset and frustrated over these allegations, and I do not blame them. So I'm going to stop the Cope Olympics over here and show you exactly what people have found and dug up when this whole situation came to light. Based on DocPack's videos, it took people literally minutes to find the actual offender registry on this person. Now, the video that people are referring to with the whole mask and everything was this I spent 24-hour sprint in an insane asylum. So, this is a video that's still actually uploaded and still viewable. And you can see in this photo that this masked individual in the first 5 seconds of the video is the one that people are trying to focus on. So in the 5 minutes, people have looked into the offender registry and started to find this individual. So if you look at the masked individual and you look at this mugshot over here, there is some belief that, yes, this is the same person, okay? Allegedly. Now, of course, if you read through the offender registry in this situation, what it's been pled to is actually quite disgusting. So right here you can see that the description is registered as a result of out-of-state conviction. The conviction was the R-word, fourth degree, by the way, with a victim less than 18. The victim's age was 11 and the offender's age was 15. Now people will say that, oh, but they were minors, both of them. In fact, this one guy says, hey, the guy was also a minor when the crime was said to have occurred. Doesn't justify his actions, but leaving out context is shitty. Yeah, it doesn't justify actions. Here's an extra pair of context there. 16 is when you're in high school. 11 is when you're in elementary, motherfucker. There's your context right there. You know what's weird if you kind of think about it back in high school? If any one of my peers was going over to the elementary school for something strange, yeah, that person would be looked at very unfavorably by the elementary school, very unfavorably by us. It was a taboo back then, and it's a taboo very much now. So yeah, that's the kind of context that which people would kind of add to these situations. See, not everything is this binary black and white evil. You have to look at these things with all of this, extra context that human beings develop as they age. So what's funny about this Jake character right here is Jake Franklin was basically on Jimmy's ass. I probably have showcased some of his stuff while I was covering the story, where he said, Jimmy, no accountability, none. The silence is deafening. It just keeps getting worse. Here's the truth, by the way. Yeah, Delaware is my brother-in-law. So yeah, at the end of the day, the brother-in-law in this situation is a true scumbag. Now, I don't know of any real situation where somebody is, somehow, actually innocent. There's been a false claim that's made. Why did you plead guilty and have that conviction added to your record? I have waited, a while to release this video as compared to some of my peers because I genuinely did want to ask any lawyer, anybody, if there was a solid, good reason. And from my understanding is, obviously, these two people were minors at the time, and maybe there was some, there might have been something that could have happened, maybe not enough to go to jail, but whatever conviction that you have to plead to, and the most disgusting conviction that we read here enough to be put on the registry. And by the way, this is not a conviction where you're put on the registry because you urinated in public and got caught, sometime when you were 19, and 10 years later, you explained that
on what Jake has effectively said is, has this been discussed, right? Like you said, he was hired before I was. Delaware sat down with Jimmy and Sue and explained to them everything. You are telling me that Mr. Beast and the people working for him decided to steer this personnel. Sorry, to read a conviction like that is disgusting. You're telling me you sit across somebody and you hear them out and you read their rap sheet? What did you have to hear to even consider hiring this person? Jimmy, Mr. Beast, is somebody that produces content that is aimed towards children. There is, in my opinion, no good response that you can give that could satiate anybody. This is not just disgusting and immoral. This is just shocking that somebody like Mr. Beast or anybody in the company would hire somebody. And you don't need suits or fancy HR guys or corporate individuals to tell you that this is a bad idea. This is just something that even if you were a gang of the most unprofessional people with the largest YouTube channel at the time or the largest growing channel, you would realize this is a hire that you probably could never make in a million years. And this makes the context of this guy wearing this mask in the video even more harrowing. You hire a guy, you bring him into the scene, and you're telling me if you know about this person's history, allegedly if that's how the story goes, the mask stuff is extra sociopathy on top of it. You know the person you hired is in the wrong. You know you brought him in into the wrong. And people will say that, yeah, this person went to prison, or this person, I guess, did their time and they pled guilty or whatever. At the end of the day, if you plead guilty to committing this crime, I'm going to sit there and read you something has happened that can't be reversed. And in that situation, I really think when it comes to crimes involving children, this is my personal belief, possibly it may be, you could go to life in prison, or, in some cases, places do capital punishment. I am not necessarily sympathetic to, I don't even have any opposition to that kind of stuff. This is some of the worst crimes you can get onto, and that's just where I stand on it, disagree if you want to disagree. Now, because of this whole situation blowing up the way that it has, obviously, a question that people have asked is, how much has this actually affected the Mr. Beast brand, so to speak? So if you go to Mr. Beast's channel and you look at, a video from 6 days ago, in the midst of all of this controversy, the video did 131 million views, okay? Meaning that, as far as Jimmy's videos have gone, they've done pretty well. This is a very well-to-do video. Even comparing it to a video where he actually had 50 very large YouTubers participate and add in extra viewership because of those large numbers, he still did very well here. Now, obviously, many people have looked into this video and used an extension on Chrome that basically told a lot of people that, hey, this guy got 2 million something dislikes. Now, in reality, apparently, according to Jimmy, the video is doing so well that it's got 98 to 99% likes and dislikes. And one of the things with this extension is if you have a Chrome extension that tells you dislikes, it's not accurate whatsoever. YouTube's API does not report dislikes whatsoever, so anytime you come across an extension, all it does is take dislikes that have been calculated in a registry that it has for users who also use the similar extension or that same extension and extrapolates it using math that will obviously not be accurate in any case according to this video, especially for controversial videos where generally anybody that has a dislike extension probably is somebody that actually dislikes the video. I just wanted to bring that out there because just for the sake of, context and argument and actual research, I feel it's best to understand how this piece of technology works. That said, the video, if you start looking through it, there's been allegations that comments have been deleted. Now, obviously, comments being deleted, there's no way you can prove that, properly, unless you're, you posting something and your comment gets deleted. Sometimes spam filters act crazy. They will remove comments. I'll have comments removed from my videos. I never moderate my comments. I don't need to. If you ever have a comment deleted from my videos, it might be a spam filter. Or, what I've done is put my doc inside the actual YouTube auto moderation. So if you decide to post my address, then the YouTube bot will jump in and moderate when they do those things. So maybe there is some auto moderation.
My docs.
That being said, what people can't prove is throughout all of this, Mr. Beast has decided to sweep
interesting moments that people have been picking up. For instance, when you were looking at that Chadman stuff from the first video, one video that Mr. Beast posted, shipping pizza delivery guide, $10,000, is suspiciously only 10 minutes and 27 seconds long. Now, I have actual video proof from my research, because I save all of the actual, investigation work that we do, just so I can review it back down the road. And also in the event that somebody sues us and they're like, well, you have the proof? Oh, well, we've got proof. If you look at a re-upload of the video from 5 years ago, it's 12 minutes and 43 seconds long. So evidently, something has happened to the Mr. Beast video where now it's somehow shorter. What happened? Well, apparently Mr. Beast has started jumping in to the YouTube editor feature and putting out sections for these videos. So, what got printed out of the shipping pizza delivery guide $10,000? Well, after this gentleman shows up with the white shirt with the orange design, you can see Jimmy and that infamous Chadman poster on the wall. Watch this.
I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Right.
Just get it.
So, right here, you can see that this section, where obviously you're sitting around ordering food or whatever, Jimmy is in the back over there, and the Chadman poster is on the wall. Now, of course, when we play this footage right over here real quick, one thing you'll notice, and this is something obviously cut out, he'll look at that Chadman poster, like he's actually looking at it, so he knows full well that it exists, right? And obviously, Jimmy's not new to the internet. This is pretty much where he's made a lion's share of his money. He knows what that poster is. But that's suspiciously now been cut out of the actual video. If you go to the actual Mr. Beast content, you can go to this section with this same individual right over here, you hit play, and all of a sudden, around the time when it's supposed to cut to, the group of guys sitting inside the house, yeah, it cuts right here and boom, that section was removed out of YouTube. So again, it's stuff like this where I look at it and I think, instead of addressing the actual situation, all Jimmy has to do is start cutting out actual content, and over time, the controversy and all of the backlash should just blow right over. Now, it's in this situation that, again, people started looking even deeper, and one of the things that got leaked out, apparently from the company, very confidential, do not distribute, was apparently they are deciding to actually expand the scope of their investigation, and what they're doing is hiring a new chief human resource officer. Awesome. We are bringing in a seasoned leader to help us build a more inclusive environment and a world-class HR team. Mandatory training on safety, harassment, LGBTQ, diversity, sensitivity training, and workplace conduct. Listening sessions, so you can listen to every employee and their experiences and idea. Anonymous reviewing, external reviews. All of this basically means nothing. On the beginning intro point of this video, when we're talking about the hiring of an individual that has an actual serious conviction on record, okay? We live in a world where once you've been convicted of a crime, if you're ever a felon, getting a job is very difficult, okay? And sometimes, obviously, I can understand if you're somebody that has been to prison and you've done your time, I believe there are some crimes where obviously you can be rehabilitated from and you can pay your debt to society. When there's crimes involving children that people have convictions on the record, right? To give you an idea, if you ever have any tendency to be sad towards a child, and you haven't committed a crime, I think you should absolutely seek therapy. If you have, however, got that conviction on the record, then I don't think there's any saving grace. Now, obviously, could there be extra, things to it? Maybe there is some false stuff. Maybe there is a false conviction, right? But at the end of the day, there is a guilty plea between in the situation allegedly, and why that had to happen, there really doesn't seem to be a good reason. And if you ever come across something like that, I don't know what they have to tell you to convince you to hire them, especially when the content you produce is geared primarily towards children, right? That is, without a doubt, one of the most harrowing things that I've witnessed throughout this whole situation. Why it's escalated to this insane point. And other things that people started researching out of this was the NFT project that Mr. Beast once did. It was like 11 months ago when there was one sponsorship video, Creator League TV / Mr. Beast, where ultimately at the end of the day, I believe a lot of the creators involved in this backed out after 24, 48 hours. It really feels like after seeing this, convincing record like this, none of these NFTs or anything even matter. But it brings it to a point where we talk about doing the lottery,
we talk about, the feastables, branding, and how children are targeted, there's a lot of questions that have to be answered in that situation. Now, obviously, I think the real backlash here, and really the real consequence for the entire Mr. Beast brand, is the relationship to other YouTubers. Now, yesterday, there was a video uploaded by Ludwig, a friend of the channel. He uploaded a video on Mobile Mail, where he basically said that unless Mr. Beast has some actual salient proper response, there's no way he can actually continue to support and work for the guy. And I think that goes just to here on our channel, from Ordinary Gamers. I know plenty of my close friends in YouTube, people that I constantly collaborate with, people that I have an active business with, absolutely also say the same thing. So the whole connection to the rest of the wider community that has always put Mr. Beast in this positive, good guy role, that's basically being eroded. I don't think there's any good answer that Mr. Beast can provide that will actually make me at least somewhat satiated. There's nothing that he can do that will turn that whole situation around. The fact that he allegedly is hired and let this guy operate near him when this registry, when this conviction existed on the record, that is insane. There is no good answer to that. I think Mr. Beast has a lot to do when it comes to responding to that illegal lottery. That is still a allegation that hasn't been addressed, especially when, you've been alleged to do something very illegal. I think that, the entire concept of the hoodies, as Dogpack showed in his initial video, where, signatures were apparently being forged, and that is, in some way, a scam. Obviously, we're discussing a wide variety of actual allegations, and the severity of them change, obviously, depending on what we're talking about, but this is, again, another allegation that needs to be addressed. The whole situation with, Jake Weddle, who suffered in their mind during an actual, production of the police. Where's the apology there? And what about the actual Amazon beef thing, where there are some serious allegations of people being treated in a fucked up way on set, and people being mishandled, people being put in danger. There is a lot of things that need to be covered. Now, obviously, from a YouTuber perspective, I don't think he's ever going to have the same connection to other creators as he once had, because this is shit that just does not wash off. Now, obviously, I've seen people bring up the idea of why are people in the defense squad, or why people aren't really talking about the situation. And they keep bringing up that there's money, there's, funds being exchanged, we're being paid off by the beach crew. At the end of the day, I can show you bank statements. Never have I received $1 from this organization or Mr. Beast or anybody associated. But obviously videos like this, like the one I'm making, take some time to vet, to say things that obviously won't get you sued. But, to make sure that you're on the right side of history and you've got the right facts on board. And based on everything that we've seen, this whole Delaware stuff, that is the final straw. And that is the one thing that, in my opinion, you can't come back. Now, at the end of the day, is Mr. Beast a brand that's too big to fail? Honestly, I don't think so. I think when it comes to the viewership that he has right now, especially with children who probably don't care about stuff like this or aren't so well educated, that'll still exist. But I think from having his face in the company, I don't think that there's going to be a lot of YouTubers that will work with it. I'm sure there still will be, but I think the YouTubers that I'm friends with that have, in my understanding, a really good moral compass probably will never want to associate themselves with somebody that has such a terrible track record, it seems, on hiring people. And I think sometime down in the next couple of weeks, there's probably going to be some serious statements coming out from Amazon in regards to those things. I'm sure when it comes to big corporate companies, they're obviously in talks right now with the Mr. Beast crew and probably discussing next steps going forward. Is it worth proceeding when you've got this much stake on you? Because advertisement was one thing. You could cut the fat right there and ignore the whole thing. But in this situation, when you've got the face of the company, Jimmy Donaldson, that's a whole separate situation that might make Amazon consider going into the future with this production. The other thing is, obviously, it's going to get more serious. And when I say that, I mean that Dogpack 404, based on my discussions and even my own talk with him, the third part is coming. And the third part alleges that there might be concealment of
actual serious misconduct. And here's the thing, if the Delaware stuff was bad enough, if it comes out proven that there was concealment of actual serious allegations and people at the top, including Jimmy, knew about it, then there really isn't any coming back. And I think at that point, YouTube as a company needs to get involved and probably think, is it worth having a creator like this on? Now, at the end of the day, this is the last part, but I feel like it's worth mentioning, even though I don't think it's personally important that people justice for victims are there. At the end of the day, there are victims, right? And, it started off with people who were minors at the time, talking inappropriately with some of the people in Mr. Beast's company, and it evolved to a situation where somebody was put on camera with a mask on to try and, I guess, somewhat conceal that they had an actual, really serious, disgusting record. And why that person was hired is beyond me. It's a situation that's constantly escalating, fucked up situation. And at the end, look, for YouTubers who want to make a mark on a world outside of YouTube, the fact that Mr. Beast is one of the largest brands on the platform, 300 plus million subscribers, he's not just a YouTuber, he's a mainstream figure. Now, people outside of YouTube, when they look through YouTubers and the news and the big people involved, this is going to be a permanent stain on the rest of the community, right? Because here's the thing, if the largest YouTube channel is this mismanaged and messed up, imagine what the mainstream side, and imagine what people outside of the scope will think about next time they want to work with any YouTuber agency, right, or any YouTuber group, because this is always going to be on people's minds. People are going to look at YouTubers as consistently unprofessional individuals that are just kicking time bombs of controversy. And I think for a lot of the professional people in the sphere that try to make sure that nothing bad happens at our organizations, I'll tell you right now, working with Caleb, Uberville, and a few of the people that I'm personally very close to on YouTube, we're nothing but the most professional idiots on the platform. And to see the rest of the world look at us as complete idiots because of these guys is just the extra little insult. But ultimately, in the end, I want some serious, actual, statements from Mr. Beast. And honestly, nothing will satiate me. But at this point, I'm just interested in how you respond to the ever-mounting group of serious allegations that the whole situation is went into. If I personally feel like I'm very low energy in this kind of video, it's just because I'm still mentally trying to process how insane this situation has become. And honestly, the only reason I'm interested into it is because to me, this stuff isn't drama. I know people look at this stuff like, oh, it's just drama and gossip and tea and everything. It's not. This is a situation that unfortunately affects all of you. It really does. It affects every creator on the platform in terms of our public perception with the rest of the outside world, outside of the state of YouTube. But it's also a situation that is a grim reminder of, it's just a reminder to be more professional, in a situation like this. It's a reminder that if you're going to run a YouTube channel, you should run it with some tact and care. And when it comes to this Delaware situation, it's just one of those things where it becomes one of the largest bombshells. How this happened is going to be a question that I think video essays will tackle years down the line. Anyway, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like this, like that.
I doubt it, honestly. The server hosting mega cheater database has been running smoothly in my house for many months now, and only once has a DDoS attack managed to cause any disruption. They've tried many times to overwhelm the basic Dutch household internet connection and failed embarrassingly almost every time. I get an email from Cloudflare every month saying how many requests were blocked, and it's always funny to read. Your site saw more threats last month than the average site on Cloudflare, alongside 7 or 8 digit number. And that one DDoS that did impact my home internet, I had a look on the Cloudflare dashboard, and my god, that was a sophisticated attack.
botnets from nearly every country in the world contributed to that attack. This isn't some script kidding at work. This is someone who has the money to pay someone else, a real hacker, hundreds of dollars to do a massive DDoS on their behalf using their existing botnet. Distributed denial of service is a service. That price isn't an exaggeration, by the way. One of the first DDoS attacks levied against me allegedly cost hundreds of dollars to perform, and it failed completely. I wouldn't be surprised if the successful one was priced somewhere in the thousands. And all for what? To force me to restart my router. And no, Mega Entity will not be hosted on my home internet. Capital Hosting Solutions has agreed to provide this enterprise-grade hosting for Entity, which adds yet another layer of DDoS protection behind cloud layers. Their DDoS protection is so good, even cheaters complimented it when they were trying to ruin one of my live streams. So, Steam account manufacturing has been a major part of why the bot crisis has persisted for so long. Any bots that get detected and banned can be replaced within minutes. This is a problem for Valve, as it triggers their allergic reaction to treadmill work. Mega Anti-Cheat, on the other hand, suffers from no such allergies. I am confident that bots will be quickly detected by the Anti-Cheat, meaning there's no real utility in circumventing the Anti-Cheat if you're going to be caught again. It only takes a few seconds to identify a bot in the game, and if you happen to be recording a demo, that few seconds will be all you need to convict the bot. Human cheaters are the real challenge here. Although the hassle of moving between accounts will be annoying, there will be a subset who are dedicated enough to do this each time.
Yes!
I don't really have much to say on this, as I think the issue we're describing here is a symptom of a deeper problem: closeting. If someone switches to a new account, then blatantly cheats, it won't take long for Mega Anti-Cheat to catch them. Why bother altering in that case? A closet cheater, on the other hand, can go undetected forever, regardless of whether it's their first, second, or third account. This is the real end-game state to be concerned about, and leads nicely into the next criticism I want to cover. Valve Anti-Cheat doesn't publicize the methods used to detect cheaters, but the general principles are well understood. VAC, in Tier 2 specifically, uses code signature recognition. Essentially, it's looking for a program that's injected itself into Tier 2 in a manner that's already been recognized as a cheat. Because VAC requires prior knowledge of the code signature, it's stupidly easy to bypass. VAC is therefore broken on a stupid level, and without Valve's intervention, it will remain that way forever. It should be noted that Valve's newer games, like CS2, have more generic detection mechanisms that can catch a greater variety of cheats, even those that have never been detected before. Therefore, from my perspective, we're starting from absolute zero in terms of how advanced automatic cheat detection is in casual. There are solutions for community servers like Steps Anti-Cheat, but those can't be deployed in casual for obvious reasons. For Mega Anti-Cheat, I don't think publicizing the evidence is a massive concern. There's going to be many algorithms operating in parallel, meaning a cheater can't easily determine where the boundary between detection and non-detection is. These algorithms will run in the background, and we will update and switch between them as needed to keep the cheaters busy. We can also selectively hide surplus evidence if one definitely is enough. The truth is, closets can already tune their cheats to be as subtle as they want. The burden is on us to figure out how to detect them reliably. It may not be possible at all, which would be a shame, but even if this program only works against blatants, that's still an improvement over no Anti-Cheat at all. Yeah, that's blatant. Did you see that?
I got him!
Did you see that arrow go 90 degrees? We are acutely aware of the threat that bad actors pose to our Anti-Cheat. Recall the example of a malicious Anti-Cheat user claiming another user is in the game, cheating, when in reality they're not. This is far from the only kind of attack that can be theoretically performed against our system, and given how far the cheaters are willing to go to attack the people associated with this project, or myself, we need to be prepared for when they attack Mega Anti-Cheat. We've spent ages poring over the Steam API, the information that call that a demos. Using a consensus approach, using machine learning, conflict detection and resolution, implementing a trust factor system, providing real-time updates to the demo file, and so on. And what we found is, while many of our ideas show promise, it's impossible to know what combination will work best ahead of time. This is what the open beta is for, to give us an opportunity to pen test our open system, to subject our security measures to the harshest conditions, so that we can prevent manipulation of the machine in the first place. None of these solution releases are going to solve the problem on their own. We'll need to intelligently combine the best performing solutions in some manner to minimize the chance of this manipulation happening. And the exact combination of methods we use will be kept secret, as we don't want to give the cheaters any free information about our system. I'm sure there'll be more criticisms to address in the future, but this video is already very long. To those of you who've made these arguments, thank you for your input. It is reassuring that most of you guys are holding us accountable in a responsible manner and steering us in the right direction. Right now, though, we've got a bot crisis to stop. To this day, queuing into casual is an absolute nightmare, as you can see right... Oh. So, there's an elephant in the room that we've yet to address. 90% of the video you've seen up to this point was edited prior to June 27th, 2024, and given how long it took me to get that far, I can't be fucked going back to rewrite and re-edit all that footage. That doesn't mean the arguments I've made so far are wrong, it just means they apply to a different situation from what we're in right now. For those of you who haven't been keeping up, on June 27th, reports spread of bots, bot hosters, and human cheaters receiving game bans en masse. The odds of Valve updating the game to fix the bot crisis were low, but goddamn, they've actually done it. Casual is now fully playable in every region. Virtually every Steam account involved with botting has been banned or deleted, and many in the community are ready to declare the bot crisis over and celebrate the success of the fix tier 2 movement. Which leaves Mega Anti-Cheat twiddling his thumbs and wondering what to do now that Valve has stepped in and done the job, right? Well, there's just one problem. We don't know how long Valve's defenses will hold up. We don't know what the cheaters and bot hosters are up against, and it'll likely take them some time to figure out a way around Valve's new system, if they do at all. Since the ban wave, I've been collecting a bunch of intelligence about this new anti-cheat of Valve. Bear with me as I take the time to document literally everything I know on this thing. First off, yes, virtually all the bots have been banned, and a large number of human cheaters and bot hosters have also been banned. No concrete evidence has surfaced thus far that the idler bot has been banned, but that's a separate issue. The system responsible for these bans was almost certainly activated during the Steam maintenance period on June 23rd, with the bans reaching mainstream attention a couple of days later. These bans are mostly game bans, however some bot accounts were outright deleted from Steam. If you try to navigate to a bot's profile, you'll get an error claiming it no longer exists. Shonik made a video claiming that bots were also getting back banned or community banned. However, I was suspicious of the statistics he presented. Bots getting community banned? What for? When Mega Cheater Database was a thing, I tracked the number of bans that Steam reported on every account I was watching, and the Discord bot it was hooked to sent us a notification every time a ban was delivered, including whether it was a back ban or a game ban. On the days immediately following the ban wave, I saw many bots get game banned, but virtually none got back banned. Turns out Shonik did not check the age of the bans on the community list that he used, so I suspect a good portion of those bans were already in place prior to the ban wave. Community bans are harder to analyze since there's no public display of these in Steam itself. However, I speculate that community bans are less to do with cheating and more to do with the terrible things that bots tend to place in the chat or spam over the mic. In short, I believe game bans are the only kind of bans that go actually result from the new anti-cheat measures. It's impossible to say for sure how many accounts have been banned, but it continues to increase. The Steam API doesn't give any way of distinguishing between tier 2 game ban and any other kind of game ban, so tracking this metric is difficult. What I can say is that the 16,000 player drop-off observed on the 21st is not the result of would advise against using the Steam Play account to try to gauge the size of any fan base. Unfortunately, the ban wave coincided with the start of the summer sale, which in turn coincided with massive spikes and dips in the Play account. What's causing these wild deviations of Play account is another investigation entirely, but whatever's happening is polluting any attempt to study the magnitude of the bot bans occurring within Team Fortress 2. Hopefully we can get a better idea of the scale of this ban wave as time goes on, but for now, we can't make any estimates of the scale. This ban wave hasn't just affected bots. The hosters themselves are facing the full force of Valve's new system. One particular hoster documented his experience publicly via announcements in his Discord server. Within 30 minutes of creating a new account, he got banned again. The hoster claimed they were using basic measures like VPNs to prevent these new accounts from being linked to his banned account, but to no avail. I checked one of his Steam accounts when it was less than an hour old and already had a game ban. Quite different to the months that typically pass between the old-fashioned back waves. This hoster believed he was up against some sort of hardware ID detection, where certain identifiers or properties of the computer are compared with those gathered from other Steam accounts to detect ban locations. He was certain enough that such a system was in place that he announced he was producing a guide on how to reset the computer's hardware ID to circumvent this detection method. However, shortly after this post, all his social media went dark. His Discord account and server got nuked, his YouTube disappeared, and his GitHub went down along with the repositories for his fork of some bot-related software. Given that all the socials went down at the same time, it appears to be a voluntary takedown. There's rumours going around that this particular hoster was doxed by his comrades, which wouldn't be surprising, they love to dox people, but I can't confirm anything from that one. I bring this up because I don't want people taking his sudden departure as a sign that the hardware ID system is impossible to bypass. It's too early to tell. In fact, we don't know if this is a hardware ID implementation, as we don't know if he booted up the game with a cheat loader. Maybe the new system was able to detect that immediately and take action. Personally, I don't think that's the case, but I don't have the information necessary to rule it out entirely. An instant detection method seems unlikely to me, as it would represent a change from the infrequent ban waves that are designed to prevent cheats from crossing boundaries for cheat detection, so I'm more inclined to believe this is some kind of hardware automation, detecting a banned player has created a new account, banning them as soon as possible. Given the speed this occurred and the scale of the ban wave as a whole, it seems extremely unlikely this was a fully manual ban. Maybe the ban on the original account was manual, but these bans on fresh accounts are very likely the result of some automated system. We need to remember though that this hardware ID system is just for enforcing the existing ban. How are Valve detecting cheaters and bots in the first place? Well, to figure that out, let's talk about the development timeline. The ban wave occurred a month after the Fixed Tier 2 movement, which was a social media campaign that myself and many others participated in to spread the word about the actions of the bot hosters and Valve's negligence towards combating them. Given the timing, many believed the ban wave was in response to this movement. However, some people disagree. Richter Overtime made a now infamous tweet claiming the anti-cheat measures deployed by Valve had been in development for over 2 years, and that what we're witnessing is the launch of a permanent solution. This claim was met with skepticism from the community, so I decided to reach out to Richter and ascertain the nature of his source. Unfortunately, that decision got me into a bit of a mess. I want to make it clear now that I have no beef with Richter or any desire to stir shit up for views. I'm just going to state the facts as I see them and leave it at that. First off, the information came from a secondary source. The person who made these claims to Richter isn't a Valve employee and isn't working on the ban. Instead, they're a friend of such a person. The fact that it's a secondary source doesn't immediately make the information worthless. However, things got worse when the contractor told Shonik that this information was definitely speculation. Even though Shonik worked with Richter to clarify and back up his claims, that clarification was also said to be missing context. The claims Richter made are apparently not representative of what's actually happening with Valve's new anti-cheat. I want to make it clear I don't think Richter had any ill intent. I just think he failed to put in the necessary effort to back up his claims before publishing them. He stated to me directly that 2 other tier 2 YouTubers were able to back up his claims in some way, but I reached out to both of them and neither have concrete information to report that fact. It was immediately following those conversations with the other YouTubers that Rick had pulled the tweet. So I'm assuming that there was some miscommunication behind the scenes that made Rick believe his claims were more substantiated than they were. Despite all that, the dismissal of Rich's claim doesn't necessarily mean
Okay.
false.
Mi sta venendo un
All
modelletto
primary
di cosa
sources
cosa
under
vuoi?
Valve
Che ti voglio
Oh, God.
have likely signed contracts with Valve which prevents them from disclosing information without risking legal consequences. We can't rule out the possibility that they are protecting Valve's interests by sprinkling some strategic ambiguity on the subject. Would we ever expect a primary source to confirm something about the new anti-cheat? I wouldn't. How much weight does a denial of a specific claim carry? Well, looking back at the Shonik tweets, notice the language used, definitely speculation, missing context. These are intentionally vague statements. The only way we're going to get any certainty on this subject is by doing some independent research. And to guide that research, I'm going to link something else that came out of my conversation with Rick. His source claims that a form of CSGO's trust factor had been in the game for at least the past 2 years, which reminded me of some old Tyler McVicker videos that made similar claims. Tyler McVicker, for those who don't know, is a journalist who focuses primarily on Valve-related news. He leaked stuff about Half-Life Alyx well in advance of its release, and in 2021, he speculated that a trust factor system was being considered for Team Fortress 2. He uploaded a video titled "The Team Fortress DS Begins the Battle for Bots," in which he speculates that the numerous security and stability improvements